You got to turn it on.
And welcome into day 2 of the NFL Draft. Happy second night of the Draftmas season, everyone. We're glad you're along with us here in the Ingles Studio. Ingles Supermarkets, low prices, love the savings. I'm Tank Spencer. He's at ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Greene. And here we are. My Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. We will have a special appearance of Bernie Sanders to introduce the newest Tampa Bay Buccaneer, unless there is a trade that's going to be made. The first round was phenomenal. It was the most entertaining first round of an NFL draft that I can remember, Flostradamus.
It was certainly up there. I mean, for me, it was fantastic. It was the happiest I've ever been walking out of a draft. And you know what? Tonight, we can take a kicker and a long snapper, and I don't give a shit.
Already, points for Eric Miller. I bet Tank gets wasted tonight. Yep. Gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I got my good little Vanky here, and we are we're gonna have some fun tonight here in the Sportsocracy. Be sure to hit that like button. We love having all of the likes that we possibly can. Share it out with your friends as well. Invite them to join in with us here over the next 5 hours of NFL draft coverage. On the big board, Flostradamus, to me, obviously, as the Georgia Bulldogs fan, I am the most shocked that Nakobe Dean did not go in the first round of the draft. I know late in the process, his stock started to drop, so it shouldn't be that much of a surprise. But the Bulldogs did have a record set. 5 defensive players drafted in the first round. That had never happened before from a single school.
But, I mean, your boy Nakobe Dean, see, here's the thing. When you start drinking beers before the stream, you can't make shit like this happen. Ah, look at that. Look at it.
It's beautiful.
Look at it.
Beautiful.
Amazing. It worked. My best available coming in today, Nakobe Dean's one. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he's going to last very long tonight. David Ajabo, Sam Howell's my number 1 quarterback in this class. He's still on the board. Travis Jones, Boye Mafe. I mean, there's still a tremendous number of talented players left in this class. We'll be updating the big board as we go, and we've got other little toys and trinkets to play with as we go along.
Can't wait. We are obviously always fully interactive, so you got a draft question, you got a big, bold prediction to make for the second and third rounds of the draft. Throw those out there. We will shout you out. We got the ticker running here for all of the super chats throughout the night. Jeremy, your big drinking game, did you post the rules for that?
I have. You know what? And I looked at it, and I realized that my rules, you and probably half the people watching this would die. So you know what? In the chat, let's create some rules.
Set some ground rules.
Let's set some ground rules, because I have another toy, and Eric Miller, our first one of these of the day. Boop.
I'm here for the gangbang.
No, we screwed you on that one because I didn't have it turned up.
I'm here for the gangbang.
There it is. He's the first one of those of the night, and we got a little toy for that too. So you go ahead, and I'll pull up the new toy.
Eric Miller says, "Boys, thank y'all for this. The Sportsocracy family is great. Where is Armchair?"
He will be here at some point. I feel very sure of it. I would say he's probably doing some getting kiddo to bed.
Some what?
Getting the kiddo to bed.
Oh, getting the kiddo to bed.
You got to remember, Canadian. He's a little ahead of us.
Yeah. I'm okay. What are they doing now? They have here's the Vegas part of the NFL draft. They have an escape artist hanging upside down. Is that Chris Angel?
Mind Freak?
That is Chris Angel, the Mind Freak.
I'm glad you told me that because I'd have never fucking known. Who's shocked? Jeremy doesn't really do magicians.
Oh, there he goes. The spinny hanger upside down wannabe Harry Houdini. He is very good. Did you ever watch that show?
Hell no. Do I strike you?
You don't like magic, do you?
No, I don't like magic. What am I, 6?
Come on. Everybody loves a little magic in their lives.
I love a little magic in my life, and I like it to be late at night with HWA. What up?
Ooh, nice. And HWA will not be making an appearance with us tonight, sadly enough, as she did not want to put on pants. We told her she didn't have to put on pants to be here, but she said...
Hand to God, that was her excuse.
Yeah.
He ain't making that up. Usually I'd say, oh, he's making that shit up. Nope. She actually said, I don't want to put on pants. I don't want to leave the house.
Yeah.
And she's here in spirit. So.
Yeah. Sloan Jordan says, what in the emo Batman are we watching?
No clue.
With Chris Angel,
not gonna lie to you, I have no idea.
Packers won't draft a wide receiver in the second round. That's Colin's big bold prediction.
Oh God, if they don't, I'm gonna make so much fun of them.
Mm-hmm. They better damn well do it. Give Aaron Rodgers the weapons that he needs. It is the need.
It is the first need that they needed.
Right. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Minnesota Vikings, Tennessee Titans, the first three teams on the clock.
Aha! There it is. Look at that. With your super chat on the screen. It's not always going to be in that location, but you were the first one, so got to put her where she belongs.
You got to calibrate it a little bit.
So that's the thing about being as some would call it, a low revenue program. You got to figure out how to do this shit yourself.
That's right. On the ESPN Asheville show earlier today, we went over our winners and losers, did all the draft grades from Flostradamus on the first round. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are officially on the clock. Our clock running on the television is 6 minutes and 45 seconds on my mark now. So you can...
we got our first one of these. This is another new element of tonight. Books with Vontae. I caught day one live stream earlier today. Laughed the whole time. Had to join live. Love from Pittsburgh. So Books with Vontae.
North Carolina.
Books with Vontae. You are the first on the board of the official day two scoring game.
Nice.
What are you going to win? I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that. Goes back to that low revenue program thing.
We'll think of something.
We spent all our money on cameras and beers. So, I mean, HWA, I feel like, should be in charge of what you win for the game.
Yep.
So,
all right. So that's
Books with Vontae, first one on the board.
Scored.
So we have two scores. All right. There's the 1-pointer, which is that, and we got the 3-pointer.
Okay.
That's if you go hard in the paint. Grateful Dad. You know what? We're gonna do a doobly here.
I'm here for the gangbang.
Super chat, all super chats, 3 points.
Okay.
So Eric Miller was actually on the board first, but I had to put his graphic up.
Are you keeping track of these?
Fuck no. This is like whose line is it anyway?
Okay.
The points are made up and the rules don't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, I'm only here for the PhD weight loss cheat day. You don't tell them, we won't.
Yep.
I don't know that they even know we have a YouTube channel. So I don't know the answer to that. He handles that account.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I hope that they would know, but the guy who handles all of that stuff and the guy that we would get in trouble from, he lives in Seattle, Washington. So I'm going to say no. But
great sponsor. And you know what? The good thing about cheat days, even when you tell them you have a cheat day, it's okay.
That's right. No pressure. They'll sit down with you and tell you, well, do you know what you need to do to make it up next time? Yeah, I do. Okay. Cool. Come in next week and let's see if you can lose some weight. And you will. And you will. MyPhDweightLoss.com if you are interested.
And Jeremy just thought of something. You asked me if I was keeping track of the score.
Yep.
Pretty easy to do with a Google sheet.
That is true. Very true. Set up that spreadsheet. Yeah, Jonathan Welch. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. He lives up there in Washington. We welcome everybody from Pittsburgh, from Washington, from New Orleans, wherever you are. We are glad that you are along the ride with us here. We are 4 minutes left on the clock now on our stream. Please, 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 no spoilers in the chat. So do not comment a pick until you hear us say it, because we want to get the initial reaction from Flostradamus.
Yeah, because if you watched last night, you saw what happened when I saw Kenyon Green's name on the screen. And look, I'm not sitting here telling you that I'm like Wonderkin Scout, because I'm really not. But I do talk to a lot of people in this in the community, and you know, I'm okay at this. Universally, it has been, what in the hell is Houston doing? Hey, they have a Die Hard Batteries advanced cam. We need something like that.
There you go. There you go.
Kitty's Toy Box the mullet cam.
Kenny's Toy Box?
Kitty's.
Oh, Kitty's Toy Box.
Although, you know, Freudian slip that I said Kitty and you heard Kenny. You can judge that as you want to.
You do have to remember I am deaf. So just a minute ago, I don't remember what it was you said, but when I said, what did you just say? I thought you were talking about somebody hanging from the ceiling, so I had no clue. We are at 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock here.
Mel Kiper, now the second best hair of all draft analysts, behind me, the great cowardly lion himself. Last night we determined that my new nickname is Mullet Mel, and I'm okay with that.
Yep.
I'm very in on this, the rules of this drinking game. I think anytime I yell, we have to do a shot.
All right, the Tampa Bay
And we do have
Buccaneers.
liquor in this establishment.
Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick is in. And my prediction earlier today, I told Jeremy, I woke up this morning and I wrote it on the Post-it note like Kevin Costner in Draft Day. It's Andrew Booth, no matter what. That's the guy I want. He says he doesn't fit the scheme. He says he doesn't excel at zone coverage. That's what I want. I want to see Andrew Booth here. I won't be mad if it's Logan Hall. I wouldn't be mad if it was a running back.
I think this is probably Logan Hall. In the comments, all right, so we got several comments here. Spencer Jensen said, we were chatting before, do you think Baker will go tonight? I'm going to say no, because I still don't see a safe landing spot. I could see something happening in the coming days, but I don't see anything happening tonight. Hosey asked, is that a green screen from Mel? As somebody that keys a green screen on a pretty frequent basis, and I'm pretty good at it, I'm going to say no, because there was that shit was 6K pristine. Now, I understand they have a much bigger budget than we do, but I don't care how good you are. It is impossible to not have something come through that somebody like me can see. So I'm going to say that's actually his house. Let's see. Books with Vontae said, you were disappointed in the selection of Pickett at 20. Who can the Steelers pick at 52 to get back in your good graces? And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't disappointed necessarily in the Pickett selection, and the more I've thought about it, the more okay with it I have been. But, I mean, with Pittsburgh, that's the best place for him to succeed. Right. And I always look at Pittsburgh and just go, you know what? You do this pretty well.
All right, here comes the pick from Simeon Rice, Super Bowl 37 champion of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm just going to sit back and let Bernie do this one.
I'm going to turn this down.
I highly advise it.
And with the 33rd pick in the NFL draft in the year of our Lord 2022, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Logan Hall, edge rusher from Houston.
Defensive tackle. But Bernie gets most things wrong, so you know what?
It is what it is.
The heat on this had been there for quite some time. So, I mean, Logan Hall, to me, this is a good selection. This kid played all up and down the line at Houston, and it fits that scheme nicely. That will be a nice fit for them. To me, he's the Ndamukong Suh replacement. Good pass rusher, really long, and there's some raw to him. Yeah, I mean, you got to know coming in, but the good thing is with all the talent on the Tampa Bay defense, that is, to me, that is certainly a quality pick. That's one you should be happy with, and now we can put the Andrew Booth thing to bed so I don't have to tell you he doesn't fit that scheme again.
Yes, I am.
Because the next time I say it will be the 100th. And I feel like I should get a free appetizer or something if I have to say it again.
Okay. And the Green Bay Packers up at the 34th pick. So we've already had a trade here. This was supposed to be the Minnesota Vikings. This will now be the second trade that the Minnesota Vikings have made with a team within their division.
Yeah, and hey, Minnesota, you don't have to trade with teams in your division. And as a matter of fact, you probably shouldn't.
Oh, dear.
I mean,
So who is this?
look, if this is not George Pickens or Christian Watson, old Brian Gutekunst is going to have to explain himself.
Yep.
Stephen Tao said next pick announcement from Christopher Walken. I can do that.
Okay.
I can 100% do that.
All right. Hopefully we will see George Pickens. I would love to see him wind up in a great situation.
This is the great situation.
Yes.
I mean, as one of the best true X receivers in this draft, Green Bay is the spot to me that he should have gone in. Grateful Dad said, you helped me sound like a guru to my son, so cheers to you, and love y'all. We love you as well. And that's what we're here for. We don't know shit about fuck other than the draft. So, and sports balls.
Right.
We're good at ball things.
All right. So
I feel like this has to be a receiver. Green Bay's taken so much shade over the last 24 hours for not taking a receiver last night. Mm-hmm. Now, what's going to be funny is when
I just want to take I just want to take all the Georgia guys.
well, what? Oh, a third Georgia guy would be kind of funny.
Yeah.
What's going to be funny for me is if Minnesota has actually somehow screwed up and managed to trade two hellacious receivers in their own division. Mm-hmm. Jameson Williams last night and whoever this is here.
So the trade has been made. I do not see any details
Terms?
yet on that trade.
We don't have any terms yet, eh?
But I would imagine it shouldn't be much.
Let's see. Let's see if I can find some terms here.
All right, here we go. The Great Sombrero has shown up.
What is happening right now?
Aaron Jones showing up with the Great Sombrero.
Why is he wearing that there hat?
All right, Christopher, take it away.
With the 34th selection in the annual selection meeting, the Green Bay Packers select Christian Watson, wide receiver, North Dakota State.
All right, Christian Watson is the pick. 6'4", 208 pounds, ran a 4.36 40. He had 7 touchdowns this past season, 8 total touchdowns, one of them rushing. So
I love this kid. And low-key, something you probably won't hear, this is a hellacious addition, special teams-wise, because he's one of the best kick returners in this draft. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that's a small part of this. And you got to understand, he's very raw. Route tree is going to be a thing, but height, weight, speed, he's an RAS monster. Guys that really fall into the height, weight, speed thing love this kid. Good hands. Just very dynamic with the ball in his hands. I mean, did Green Bay do this just so we have to say, the Green Bay Packers have not drafted a receiver in the first round in 20 years? Do they only do that so we keep having to say that every year?
I guess, but I mean, if you don't have to, you don't have to. Because it's worked pretty well, right? I mean, I get that they haven't won as many Super Bowls as
you've won
people
a
want them
Super
to.
Bowl with one of the best quarterbacks of all time. So, I would say you probably should have done that a few more times.
Oh, but at least they're in contention, right? I mean, that's what it's really all about. Just as long as we're in the discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree.
Well, I mean, obviously.
That's a good pick for Green Bay, though.
The pick
now
is
the pick's already in for Tennessee. This is where things could get really interesting. I firmly believe this could be Desmond Ridder. Mm-hmm. I mean, and it's not just because Mike Vrabel and Luke Fickell are literally best friends, but also because there's been a lot of smoke in terms of that being the pick here. Mm-hmm. And if it is, that's a hell of a right turn for the Tennessee Titans.
Or will they go with another wide receiver? Could they
Going two rookie wide receivers is just a bad idea.
Could you go Treylon Burks and George Pickens?
To me, that's just a bad idea. That's a recipe for disaster. Billy White Shoes Johnson. One of the only people that can wear white shoes and it be okay.
I thought he was doing something lewd there for just a second.
With the 35th pick, the Tennessee Titans.
Roger McCreary. Going with a cornerback.
All righty then.
You don't like that? You do like that? Roger McCreary, 5'11", 190, 40 time of 4.5. He gets after the ball.
I mean, I like Roger McCreary. I think this is a little early. And I don't know. There's just nothing inspiring about this pick to me. I mean, and look, I said before the draft that corner was a position that they would need to address at some point in the 3 days of this draft.
Yep.
But to me, this is a little early. I mean, to me, you got so many linebackers on the board. And you got such a need there if you're Tennessee. I don't hate this pick though. I mean, the short arms on Roger McCreary, you got a lot of you got a lot of shade thrown his way. Mm-hmm. Oh, whoa!
The New York Jets have traded up.
We have a developing situation.
The New York Jets trade up from 38 to 36, and this will be your running back.
I've heard Breece Hall all day. Mm-hmm. So a combination of Breece Hall and Michael Carter would be, I mean, I could not be angry at it.
All right, the Jets.
And they traded in front of Houston. Houston's been hot on Breece Hall. So I feel pretty good that that's what the Jets are going to do here.
The Jets, Albert Breer says the Jets do plan on taking Breece Hall, and they have traded the 38th and the 146th picks to move up 2 spots to get ahead of the Texans.
So basically, we're going to have a 4-player draft. And you know what? I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm perfectly fine with that.
With the guys that you have already, the first.
That's a haul. I mean, and obviously we don't definitively know that that's what's going to happen, but I feel pretty damn sure of it. I said that on the ESPN show earlier that's who I thought they were after was Breece Hall. And even with that would get what? They would have 2 picks left, 1 at the end of tonight, and they would have 1 pick tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And don't care. That's fine. Go crush the UDFA market. This is going to be a good year for undrafted free agents. I just want to see it. I want to see his name. I want to see that I have a new best friend that I can do karate with in the garage. I'm just dumbfounded at how well the Jets have done this draft.
Why, though? Because you always fuck it up? Because there's always
I liked the draft
road.
last year. I mean, this is the 3rd one with Joe Douglas. Mm-hmm. I liked his misses have been aggressive. You know, missing on Ashton Davis. But he has gotten better every year. I really liked the draft last year with Zach Wilson, Elijah Vera Tucker, and Elijah Moore. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's a home run draft to me. So if this is Breece Hall like I think it is, that's 2 home run drafts in a row. So that's really hard to be upset about.
So you've got 2 picks. You got 2 picks left. 2 in the 4th. Is that right?
No, we got to pick. We got 100 last night.
Okay.
I think that's the last I looked, that was the way that went. But maybe they changed some trade terms.
Okay. This is just my little list. So
I don't want to see. I don't want to look until after I see the name. The pick is in. And now we're just waiting to see who my new best friend's going to be that I can do karate in the garage with after we took Ahmad Sauce Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson yesterday. And I'm not going to lie, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went home and did shots of Fireball sitting in my bar by myself because when I got home, HWA was out. She did not wait for night 1 of Draftmas to be over. Grateful Dad said, let's shotgun a beer after the pick. I'm all the way in. Ain't nothing between us but air and opportunity. There goes there.
Nice.
Darrell Revis Island coming to make the selection for my Jets, Jets.
The greatest player that our teams share.
Yeah, but he was great for us. He was only half-assed for you. You took him and broke him, and then we brought him back.
This is very true. So with the 36th
With the
pick,
36th pick, the New York Jets select
Breece Hall.
Breece Hall, and you know what? That just means it's time for a good old chugger to the face.
Breece Hall, 5'11", 217 pounds. It's a 4.39 40. And he could do it all. I mean, he can run, he can catch. At over 1,400 yards this past season at Iowa State, 23 total touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
And the two-time Big 12 player.
God, I love this pick. I do. I love this pick.
So what is the workload going to look like with him and Michael Carter?
Split. I mean, you go back to the way it was in San Francisco when things were perfect. Breece Hall could be a bell cow running back in the NFL. He kind of reminds me, he's a poor man's Alvin Kamara to me, to be really honest with you. He's really fast, good speed. I love it. Rob Johnson said, I don't like the pick with Carter. I mean, in the NFL at this point, you got to have two running backs.
Right.
And I'm going to level with it. The Jets did not have a second one. So I love this pick.
And the Houston Texans are already in with their pick.
Yeah, the Houston Texans go, oh, shit. You mean we can't take another running back? We can't have 11? Screw it. We'll take Kenny Walker. Actually, no, Kenny Walker's too good. They'll take, I want them to go Pierre Strong. God, if they do that, I will piddle. I've never seen a list of Mel's team needs that long.
Yep. Well, it's a good thing.
I've been watching the draft with ESPN for years. I've never seen a list of team needs.
They have all of the picks. So Jonathan Joseph making the pick here for the Houston Texans. And it's Jalen Petrie.
And Jalen Petrie goes, well, hell. I'll tell you exactly what he said.
I am never going to financially recover from this.
Jalen Petrie's like, oh, you mean Kansas City was hot to trot over me and I wound up with Houston?
That was fun. Wasn't that a fun time?
That's like talking up the hot girl at the bar all night long and wound up going home with her dog.
Yeah.
Doesn't get much better than this, banging the dog jokes after a Breece Hall selection for my Sloan Jordan. This is that's a perfect comment. So that's 3 points for you. Sloan, who is also, he's a Jets fan like me, said Breece Hall and Carter, why be Batman and Robin when you can be Batman and Batman? But factually accurate. And you know what the best friend of a developing young quarterback is? Hey, I can just turn around and hand the ball off 40 freaking times a game, and we're fine.
And he has all the weapons. I mean, you've built a hell. There will be no excuses in 2 years for this team not to be really good. I'm
going to level with you. I think this team's going to be better than you think this year. The record may not show it because you are still really young. Mm-hmm. But I just look at the difference between the Jets and the Texans. This is what hiring a big boy GM like the Jets did, as opposed to somebody that hung out with Bill. That's what'll happen for your franchise. Mm-hmm. The Texans' talent base has gotten worse over the course of 2 years, and look where the Jets are now from where they started.
Yep.
Tremendous.
The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. This is a quarterback, maybe? We're on quarterback watch. It's any moment now the first quarterback's going to come off the board. You have been saying that Matt Corral wasn't that the one that you said they were hot on?
Corral's the one I've heard they liked. But, I mean, here, if you're Atlanta, I mean, and I might take Malik Willis here. I mean, I would certainly consider it.
Mm-hmm.
I would certainly consider it.
He definitely, in my mind, has the highest ceiling of those quarterbacks that they've been talking, or that we've been talking about with them. Patrick, God, I keep wanting to call him Patrick Willis.
He's a linebacker.
Right.
He's not a great quarterback.
Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Matt Corral. Malik Willis is the one. I mean, if you were looking for a guy to sell tickets, to get interest, to put butts in the
Nobody
seats,
cares about
that's it.
selling tickets. For the love of fuck, this is the NFL. This is not your stupid baseball that cares about, well, we might fail to pay the fucking power bill this year. You take good football players.
Mm-hmm.
If you think Malik Willis is a good football player, take him. If you've taken him to sell tickets, go hang out in the USFL. Hosey said, I love the speed of the picks. I'm right there with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we have 53 concurrent viewers, and I'm going to make a deal with all of you. This is social media sharings, just telling your friends. For every 50 more concurrent viewers we hit, I will shotgun another beer. If we get to 500, I will need a ride home.
Yes.
Relegation to the USFL seems to be gaining a lot of traction in the comments, and I'm here for it. The only problem is what would come back.
Mm-hmm.
You get a team that has Jordan Ta'amu as their quarterback.
Right.
After the Falcons pick, we need to settle something and discuss a feature that's going to be a tenet of our draft weekend.
Okay.
We got to pick what number I'm going to pick at.
Ah, yes. The 33rd team, the West Virginia Sasquatch.
The West Virginia Ninjas.
Oh, the West Virginia Ninjas.
Evan Doyle said, how the fuck did Roger McCreary go before Andrew Booth? Not going to lie, I don't know.
Drake Jackson was the first pick for the Atlanta Falcons.
Watch him go Drake London here and just double team it, and the Falcons will have had a hell of a 2 days.
Let's see. With the 38th overall pick, we're honoring the troops.
And that's a good thing.
Oh, of course it is. I'm not throwing shade. I'm married to a veteran, so
It's very true.
huge supporter of the military.
So there's a couple things. Victor Shelton said he's putting this on Twitter now. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate all of those. So for Victor Shelton.
Alex Majabi said, how is Dean still on the board? I don't know why.
I can answer that. It's the same reason that we got to where we did with Jermaine Johnson, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
It's because he's scheme dependent. So it takes a very specific scheme for Nakobe Dean to be a fit because he can't play the 3-4.
All right, here comes the pick. Arnold Ebiketie, edge rusher from Penn State.
I mean, I like the kid. That's not a bad pick. I don't mind that pick at all. It's a good pick. Oh, yeah.
Although you contend that he says his name wrong.
100% he does. His name is Arnold Ebiketie.
Old Ebiketie goes to the Atlanta Falcons at number 38.
Yeah, the Jets, by the way, you were asking about their picks.
Yes.
They have 37 in the 3rd round. So they have a
Okay.
late conditional pick.
Okay.
And then 6. They have the 6th pick and the 12th pick tomorrow, and then Dunskies.
You were
And
going to be
I'm
done in the 5th round anyway.
Fine with that. Joe Douglas has an appointment tomorrow night.
He's like, I got shit to do. I'm not going to be here all day. I think I've done enough. Vic Beasley 2.0, says Hosey.
And I could see that, honestly. I mean, there is definitely a comparison there. Rob Johnson said just shared on Twitter. Oh, and Hosey for your Vic Beasley 2.0 take. I agree with that greatly. If you're just joining us, the sounds are the scoring for day 2. This is much like Whose Line Is It Anyway? I'm keeping track of the points, but I can't tell you that I'm going to get them all exactly right.
Mm-hmm.
And the winner of the day wins something. We'll let HWA figure it out. She handles the things like that around here because we're not great at things like that. Okay, so we need to determine what pick I am going to pick at. This has to be a number between 1 and 32. So whatever number it is, I'm going to take the pick after that. And this will be, this is the West Virginia Ninjas. This is the expansion team idea that we had last year and then kind of died on its sword because, well, you know, we had a lot of things happen over the last year. So I will pick my draft of this is who I would have taken if I had a team that was slotted in at spot blank. Mm-hmm. I do not want to do the first pick.
Okay.
I have a number in my head of what I really want, but I want all of you to decide. And after the number is decided,
I think it should be lucky 13.
Well, I mean, I do have 13 tattooed all over my body,
exactly.
So that is the number that I had in mind.
Oh, okay. We've been working together too long.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie to you. I think the person that used to walk my dog probably could have told you that because that is my favorite number. Timothy O'Toole asked, what does New England do tonight? Hopefully, something that makes much more logical sense than Cole Strange. Now, I do need to explain that I don't dislike that player. I just can't believe you took him that early.
Right, you took him 2 rounds too early.
And from what I have been told, there is nobody that was a threat to take him earlier. Tennessee was the biggest threat on Cole Strange.
Well, I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum about Bill Belichick. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else.
100%. And so do his disciples, i.e. Nick Caserio in Houston. Grateful Dad said, I'm old and have no social media. I just yelled it out to a couple neighbors to follow along.
Yes!
I think I might have been successful.
That's 3 points.
3 points.
Yeah.
That's a 3-pointer.
That's a big 3-4 pointer.
You know what?
Go.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Are they still doing that anymore?
What?
The big 3?
Fuck, I don't know. I don't watch NBA basketball except to bet on it. You think I'm watching a bunch of washed up nobodies playing pickup on the half court?
I mean, it's like the USFL. We all know it exists.
The USFL.
Are we making appointments to watch it? No.
The USFL for me was like my first marriage. It was fun for about an hour, and then I wanted nothing to do with it afterwards. Don't worry, she felt the same way.
Right. Jason Archdeacon joining us from Scotland.
Spencer Jansen said, I'm on the vodka. Are you, Tank? How about a shot after my Browns pick?
Let's do it.
Well, the Browns aren't picking yet. You still got 5 picks. And I will need you to walk down the hall and get my to get the fear ball.
Oh, yes.
Jason Archdeacon asked if there were any good gambling picks for day 3. The casino that sponsors us, did not have any props. And that's one of the few that is legal here in North Carolina, the state that we're in.
They didn't have any props.
No, they didn't have any day 2 props. And you know what props they should have had? How drunk is Jeremy going to get making fun of the Houston Texans? And then Houston goes and takes a player that I actually like.
Right.
It's very disappointing. So far, we have 13, 16, 22 in the comments. Once we have a few numbers, I'll throw out a poll and that.
Is that Matt Forte?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
And I'll tell you what, we'll decide the number after the 45th pick because that's the 13th pick in the second round.
Okay. Matt Forte, he was one of my favorites.
I love Matt Forte. And he was funny as hell in the league.
He was on that, wasn't he? Kyler Gordon, cornerback from Washington.
I'm a little shocked that's not a receiver, but I'm not mad at that pick at all.
I had Kyler Gordon, I had Roger McCreary, I had several guys all in front of Kyer Elam.
So Kyler Gordon's
the pick that you were like, why don't you like that?
Yeah, Kyler Gordon, there was a little bit of a narrative with him that we discussed today, that apparently there were teams that do not believe he loves football because apparently he is very involved in competitive dance.
Yeah.
you now know what I know.
You're weird.
So
You're weird,
it would be the first time I have.
He doesn't look happy.
Evan Doyle he said that right after you did. Evan Doyle's like, fuck, I hate cold weather. It's like, I'm so tired. I'm leaving a city where it rains all the time. Now I'm going to a city where it's windy all the time. Like, can I not have a beach, bro? Come on. Can I not have some beachfront property?
Yeah, he's like, damn it, why did the
That play right there, the play they just showed was the play that made me fall in love with him.
Okay.
That is a great zone read. Boop.
Mm-hmm. He's got those long
I really
arms,
like
the
this
quickness, the ability to reach, the ability to successfully reach around. So, nothing? I got nothing on that? Come on.
You strike me as a person that has successfully reached around more than once.
Oh, God.
And you know why?
Why?
I'm broke as shit and I don't mind saying it.
You are cheaper than oxygen. $20.
If I were offered money, maybe.
$20.
I'm not saying no immediately.
Jason Archdeacon said, have you seen rain in Scotland? And Vic Shelton said, brother has great hair game. Fact.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Gordon was on the all-hair team of this draft. Rob, Bears fans are going to be pissed they all wanted a receiver. As well they should have. They've got Darnell Mooney and Byron Pringle, who's named after a chip and can't stop doing donuts.
But, I mean, did
you hear that
we
story?
not warn you? Did we not warn you when you're going with a defensive coach that this is what you're going to end up with?
Did you hear the story about Byron Pringle?
What?
Got arrested for doing like 120 and cutting donuts with a kid in the car?
Hot.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I was like, that's
child endangerment.
That's a rocket surgeon right there, boys and girls. That fella right there, he does smart real good.
Andrew Siciliano just tweeted, fun fact, Kyler Gordon wasn't just a good dancer, he was a member of the WNBA Seattle Storm's hip-hop dance crew when he was 9.
Really?
That's what he says.
I did not know that.
That's what he says. The Seattle Seahawks, the pick coming in here.
Alex Manjabi asked me, would it be worth the Chargers to use a late pick on Damone Clark if he were available? I am not too sure on his scheme fit. I don't think Damone Clark's going to make it out of tonight. Mm-hmm. For those of you that don't know, Damone Clark was a linebacker that I had with right outside of first-round grade. Had a spinal fusion surgery. So his rookie year will be a redshirt year. But linebacker out of LSU that I like a lot. And I've had him mocked to the Saints for quite some time.
The Seattle Seahawks will pick back-to-back here. One of these I would expect to be a quarterback.
Hold on. This will be the first double tray. Evan Doyle said, posted the YouTube chat and my work team's chat, so let's see if I can get fired and drunk at the same time. That is phenomenal.
Awesome. One of these is going to be a quarterback, true or false?
I have to think so.
I would say the other one will be an edge rusher.
I look for one of these to be Drake Jackson.
Drake Jackson. Okay.
That would be my immediate thought.
The 12s have come out to Las Vegas. And we are awaiting the commissioner for the announcement of the 40th overall pick. Boye Mafe.
I don't hate it.
Can he be the next great edge rusher?
Now, did he say linebacker or did ESPN just call him linebacker? Because that is an interesting, because the team tells you what position to announce him at.
Okay. I did not know that.
No, this is ESPN. They couldn't possibly have made a graphic for that quickly. Okay, so that's ESPN.
Okay.
I like Boye Mafe a lot. That's a player that I know Minnesota was really in on. The Giants were really in on before they took Kayvon Thibodeau. I just like Boye Mafe. I really do. And it wasn't just the Senior Bowl. I liked him before that. That's the kind of shit that makes me go 6 to midnight.
The double arm swim move there?
Just into the body, out.
Yeah.
Boom.
Throw him to the ground, get to the quarterback.
He gets into the body on linemen really well, and when he does, it's just Toro.
I dig both of these picks, though. I mean, I feel they knocked it out of the park with Charles Cross.
Well, now the question is, who do they take at 41?
Sam Howell. I just want Sam Howell to go before any of these other quarterbacks.
That's because you've been on him forever.
I have. 3 years. 3 years ago, I said he was going to be the number 1 pick in this draft. And I still feel like he should have been. Kenneth Walker, running back out of Michigan State. The transfer
And he's going
from
Ken,
Wake
and he's going
Forest.
full Ken Walker. He dropped the formal first name. That's indeed. I'm telling you right now, a quarterback class has to suck donkey nuts for the Seattle Seahawks to look at Drew Lock and Geno Smith and go, we're good.
We're okay.
All right, so I posted the poll here on the YouTube stream of what should my pick be. 13, 16, 22, or 20 is a 20. Because Eric Miller, when I said $20, $20, that's what he said in the comments.
Okay.
And forever it will be 20, and that will be known as Jeremy picks at 20 because Tank would probably blow somebody for $20. I am now actually kind of rooting for 20.
Over 1,600 yards rushing last year for Kenneth Walker.
I feel like that's not a good sign for Chris Carson.
No. I feel like that train has left the station.
I feel like that is a very bad sign for Chris Carson.
Although,
He's closer to Chris Carson.
How many running backs would the Baltimore Ravens have loved to have had last year when the injury started?
Well, I mean, and that's all well and good, but you took one at 41.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now you're invested. Taking a running back at 41, you were as invested in him as you would be in any player at any other position in the first round.
But Seattle's been in the same boat before. Rashad Penny can't stay healthy. Chris Carson can't stay healthy. Rashad Penny had 6 weeks last year? That was the end of the season was his big coming out party, and it got him paid. And congratulations to him for that. And
I'll be honest with you, that team's going to run the shit out of the ball. Mm-hmm. I mean, with 2 quarterbacks like that, you're going to have to run.
Yeah.
So Eric Miller, one of our resident Seattle Seahawks fans, Jonathan Welch, resident Seahawks fan,
future congressman,
100% future congressman, red tie.
Red tie.
I wouldn't be upset if I'm Seattle. I think you've done well. Questions in the comments. Jeremy, question: do you think my Chiefs? What do you think my Chiefs should do with their first, second round pick? What pick number is it? To me, you've got to get a receiver. No, you have to. You don't have a choice. As of right now, I would be all over George Piggins. With the combination of players they have, that's a guy that I know can play on the outside. That would be what I would be after.
The Kansas City Chiefs have the 18th pick in this second round. They pick at 18 and 30. The Indianapolis Colts have traded their pick to the Minnesota Vikings with 2 minutes left on the clock.
What is Minnesota after? It's not Nakobe Dean because he doesn't fit. Watch him take a fucking quarterback. Watch them take Malik Willis right here.
I mean, you just took a quarterback last year. I mean, they
Yeah,
get Kellen Mond is not good.
Kellen Mond, who sucks.
I get he's not good.
Oh, it could be David Ajabo.
But didn't they take him in the second round?
No, it was later than that.
Okay. So
I feel like this almost has to be an edge. And Minnesota piddled in their pants when Boye and Mafe went off the board.
Mm-hmm.
That would be that's my first glance thought about this. Minnesota's already gone Lewis Sin. They have 3 picks in this round. Good God. Minnesota has 5 picks tonight.
Mm-hmm.
It's not bad.
Yep, the wheeling and dealing.
The ripping and the tearing. I know you did it on purpose.
The Wild Women? The Wild Women?
No. I think it has to be an edge. I'm going to say it's a Jabba.
I mean,
Could be Andrew Booth.
Take the
Could
risk.
be Andrew Booth because they do need a corner.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been a couple come off the board here early in round 2.
But I don't feel like there's a narrative that this is a risky pick if it's David Ajabo, and I don't agree with that.
I would not agree with that.
I mean, I get that you are, and I guess there is some risk to it because he was at Michigan. Did he just get cleanup work because of Aiden Hutchinson?
Well, I mean, you got that 1-year wonder tag,
right?
So
sure, he had 11 sacks this past season, but how much of that was because of all of the attention paid to Aiden Hutchinson?
Can I just say how thankful I am that there are 60 people in this world that want to spend day 2 of the draft with us? I'm shocked there's 60 people in the world that want to watch day 2 of the draft. I always thought I was a weird ass when I was a kid.
I knew you were.
I mean, you didn't know when I was a kid because we hadn't known each other that long.
Well, that's true. I mean, I can remember the first time you and I talked about the NFL draft, and I went, oh, shit, what Pandora's box have I opened up here? Because I went, do you want to do a mock draft? And you went, mock draft? I'm in. That's what I do. It's like, oh, shoot.
Oh,
Because to me, the NFL draft has always been, first round is cool. I'll watch each and every pick. I like the fanfare. Second day, third day, or when it was just 2 days, I don't care.
So I told sports freak Brian Hall this morning. The last pick in the NFL draft that I missed was in 1995.
Ed Marinaro.
He makes great sauce. I hate the dudes that get up here and give their fucking soliloquy up here working on his damn stand-up act.
Right.
Say the damn pick and let's go. I got a shot to take after Cleveland.
There's more people here than when I played in a Super Bowl. Yeah, nobody knows who you are.
Yeah, that's because when you played in the Super Bowl, you had to work at Home Depot too.
And there's some old guy out there going, oh, you remember him? Jerry, you remember Ed? He was excellent.
G-Baby in the comments, he said this man Jeremy's a living legend. And I give points to that because it's the first time I've ever been called a legend in my life in any place that wasn't a fucking strip club.
Or was he saying, or was there supposed to be a comma in there? This man, Jeremy, is a legend.
I liked it better now.
Because I'm going to say, Jeremy, you're more of a legend than Ed Marinara sauce.
No.
Wasn't that his
I
nickname,
talk
though?
less. I guarantee I talked to him.
Was that his nickname? Was he Ed Sauce Marinara? Oh my God.
Go the fuck on! God, if I'd have known he was going to get up here and rip for 27 minutes, I'd have gone to smoke and maybe take a piddle.
Come on, brother. Let's move it along. Oh, look, she came out on the stage, was like, read the fucking card. Get off the stage right now. We don't know who you are.
He just got played off. He just got played off. And he's
still going. That's the thing.
Played off.
That's the thing. He's still going.
He got played off.
I've never seen that happen before. Andrew Booth Jr.
Great pick. It would have been much better 11 minutes ago before Rod dipshit went on for 4 hours.
Just make the pick.
Frankie Cleary. He pulled a Joe Biden. End of message. Yes, he did.
He forgot.
Yes, he did.
He forgot what he was up here to do.
That is hilarious.
Beautiful. Andrew Booth Jr. out of Clemson.
Jason Archdeacon said it's 1 a.m. there, so he's departing from us. We appreciate you greatly from across the pond.
Indeed. Always wanted to visit Scotland. Beautiful country, home of my ancestors.
Patrick R. said you're a legend at a strip club. Where you strip at? Good for you. That was the right line there, by the way.
Yep.
No, if I were a stripper, I would get paid to put clothes back on.
So how do you like the fit here?
Andrew Booth, I like it a lot.
With Minnesota.
That's a good pick. Hell, they brought in the giant superfan. Like, good God, can you catch us up after fucking Father Time over here had to go on for 47 minutes?
That's Marrow.
Mark Marrow?
Is that Mark Marrow's
Is
son?
Sable here somewhere? Brock Lesnar's probably going to kick his ass. You banged my wife. I will beat your brains out.
Wandale Robinson goes to the Giants. It was the last need that they needed.
I'm so happy.
What does that mean for
I'm so happy.
the Canarius
Can I
Tony?
get Brian Haynes on the phone right now?
It's the last need that they needed.
The last
Another
need
receiver.
that they needed. Good Lord. I seriously need Brian Haynes to make an appearance here. And you just took a receiver at 43. Now, granted, it's a receiver that I absolutely love. Mm-hmm. I said he was going to go in the first round. That's a good.
Which I don't think was ever.
God, he's good. Oh, it was 100%. There was a time that could have happened. He didn't run as fast as they thought he would.
Okay.
Oh, God. One of the best players in this draft with the ball in his hand.
Started out as a running back at Nebraska.
Yeah. Kelvin Joyner said, how is that soundbite not a button now? You know, that's a hell of a question.
That is a hell of a question.
You know why?
Never thought
Because
about it.
sometimes things like that, it's not a squeaky wheel, so it gets no grease.
Right.
By the way, you were supposed to go procure Fireballs so we could.
Oh, that's right. I was.
Because we're supposed to take a shot after this pick.
Okay. All right. Let's turn me down so I don't kill people.
Daddy Saints #1 said Wandale is a quick cat. Yes, he is. He's one of the best players in this draft with the ball in his hand. It's just really ironic to me that you're talking about trading Kadarius Toney and then you pick a guy that does virtually the same thing. He's just a get the ball in his hand and let him do good shit kind of player. But I can't fault that. I absolutely love the guy. Oh, the Browns have traded their pick to the... Oh, boy. We get to do it again. And in fairness, every other pick from the Houston Texans has been clinically insane. So this could be a long snapper. The Browns have traded this selection. This is going to be a good old time. Oh.
Balls to the wall there, huh? Turn my mic up, please.
Hosey said, if you're in the green room still, when do you just leave? Geno Smith sat through an entire night and then refused to come back on day 2 until somebody picked him. The Jets had to send a car to his hotel room to bring him in to hold up the jersey.
Right.
I've always wished one of them would just show their ass. Like, get up there like the fucking soccer mom at the PTA meeting. Like, listen here, this shit is over. I am going to the next team on the clock. Your fucking Karen haircut.
Oh, gosh.
That was
I want to see if Nakobe Dean showed up in the same suit.
Oh yeah, the Nakobe Dean is
Because he was the one wearing the pimp hat yesterday.
The pimp hat was strong.
Yeah, it was. It was slick looking.
One of us on this show can pull off a pompadour like that.
Nope.
It ain't him.
Nope.
I really want Houston to take this pick so I can take this shit.
A pompadour.
It's a hat. It's the official term of that hat.
I don't think that's right.
You're thinking a
Hairstyle.
Yeah, it is a hairstyle as well.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, it's a hat too.
Oh, okay.
I think it's what I've always heard it called.
Maybe I've never heard of a pompadour hat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
The old pimp hat.
All right. That doesn't look like a pimp hat.
Alex
that's
Majabi.
A woman's hat.
He said, was the Vikings announcer the most awkward draft moment ever? That was really weird. It was weird.
It was.
But I will still say the weirdest draft moment was when my Jets went with the 9th selection in the 1995 NFL draft. We will take Kyle fucking Brady. It was the weirdest moment for me. I'm fully sure that's why I am so angry now.
Hi, Kyle.
Because at 8 years old, the world went, fuck you, kid.
Houston Texans select John Metchie III.
Houston, never change. Just please never change.
Now, why is this bad?
Why is that bad?
Yeah, why is this a bad pick for them?
So, how many receivers would you have had ahead of John Metchie? So the good thing is that I have a big board, so I can answer this.
Right. Let's see. Sky Moore, George Pickens, Calvin Austin III, David Bell, Khalil Shakir.
I did not have him ahead of John Metchie.
Justin Ross.
I didn't have Justin Ross ahead of him.
That's it. Those are the only ones, I think.
I'm dumbfounded that you take him ahead of George Pickens, who plays on the outside and does exactly what you want him to.
Mm-hmm. But do you consider him safer? Are you worried about the maturity issues with George Pickens?
Karen Pickens.
I'm your huckleberry.
She said, watch the Karen comments. I at this point feel like that the name and that name have separated.
Right.
They're different.
We were supposed to do a shot, weren't we?
I already did. So
I did not.
I mean, you didn't bring me a glass, so I had to just suck it out of the bottle. Matthew Hoffman said he left his booze here, so to enjoy that. Actually, oddly enough, this is the bottle of Fireball that's been in our fridge forever. Yours is still here. There was another bottle of something. I don't remember what it was. I had to, since we are in a corporate building, I had to be like, let's hide the booze.
That was my vodka that was in there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I put it in our fridge because same thing. I didn't
I'm
want somebody to go,
telling
what were you guys doing in here? Well, you know what we were doing in here.
I'm just telling you. Now Baltimore's on the clock, and watch this be George Piggins. Or Travis Jones.
Travis Jones.
Travis Jones would be just a home run. Books with Vontae said Pickett to Pickens.
Nakobe Dean.
3-4. Not a fit. A Jabbo would make sense. A Jabbo would make sense.
Yeah. It most definitely would.
That's the crazy part of this draft.
Off the board.
Oh no, they're going to do something that you go, oh yeah, that's what you do.
Perry and Winfrey.
I wouldn't hate that. I
think their secondary's good. I don't think you need to add anything to that.
Alex Majabi asked, who do I think the Texans, or who the biggest loser is so far? Sorry, I read loser and read Texans. Well, I don't know, Freudian slip. Who the biggest loser is so far? I would say the Texans. I mean, you can't go that far off the board. New England's up there. Overall, there haven't been that many picks so far that I've just gone, what the fuck? After this pick, we will determine the pick that I will pick from. And if it is the current winner, I will make a immediate selection. Gage Camplin. Dude. Chet. Oh, shit. We got two of them.
Oh, Matt
I'm here
Stover.
with gangbang.
Gage Camplin, we appreciate you joining us, said, with Booth off the board, who do the Eagles target? I'm targeting Chenal, Brisker, and Dean. Dean would be the one I would be after.
David Ajabo.
Of course they do, because that's what Baltimore Ravens do.
Winner.
Oh, you just let a guy fall like hell? Let's just go take David Ajabo. But back to Gage's super chat, then I'll get back to Ajabo, and then we'll hit Karen's super chat. If I'm Philadelphia, and I got to see what pick they have. Rounds. There we go. So Philadelphia's picking at 51. You've got 6 picks in between you. If I'm Philadelphia, I've already satiated my need at wide receiver. I wanted a corner. To me, you're to that point where the corners have kind of separated. There's not really one Tariq Woolen, if you wanted to go aggressive and get one before the drop-off happens, that's definitely one to consider. But I'm still looking at Nakobe Dean. I like Chenal. Chad Moma's a guy I've liked forever. There's a sweet little honey hole right here of linebackers, and I'll tell you another name that I've had more scouts mention to me than you can shake a stick at, Brian Asamoah from Oklahoma. He is one that apparently, and it's not that I didn't like him, I just had him below a slew of other linebackers. He is more liked than one would think. But Gage, thank you for joining us. We appreciate your super chat, which gives you one of these. If you're new to the stream, that is our scoring system. Those are 3 points, and that's 1 point. But this Ravens pick's just a home run.
Yeah.
This is what they do. So now you got Odafeola, you got David Ajabo, who probably won't be back till the middle of the season. Tyus Bowser, just good God, with Kyle Hamilton.
David Ajabo, though, he could be the star. He is the next.
Very well could be.
He's the next guy that's going to get a huge contract.
Grateful Dad asked, if the Ravens stay healthy, can they win over 10 games? Absolutely. If they stay healthy, they can win the fucking Super Bowl.
Keegan-Michael Key making the pick for the Detroit Lions.
God, he is hilarious.
Josh Pascal.
It's a little early for me. I mean, I like the kid a lot, don't get me wrong, and he's very, very talented, fits the style, just a nasty player.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little high for me.
You had him at 132 on your big board.
I did. I was not. Now he fits the, he was a 3-time captain narrative.
Mm-hmm.
First one in Kentucky history. So, he does fit that, and the intangibles and the leadership. There's certainly a lot to like with Josh Pascal.
Collegiate Man of the Year, the Jason Witten Award.
The Jason Witten Award, yep.
(6'3", 278 pounds, ran a 4.77.
Mike Baker asked if there's a better front office than the Baltimore Ravens. No, there's not. They do everything well.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler Cunningham wants me to get rid of the evil tank doll behind us. I just realized that now that you've lost the weight, you do kind of look like the doll.
Do I really?
Kind of.
Nice.
I mean, you have much bigger ears.
I do.
You take some elf ears and put it on that doll, we can tell people that's a Tank Spencer doll.
Yeah, once the face gets smaller, you start realizing things like that. All
right, so I am. Our poll has officially ended. So the pick that I will, be taking will be number 13. Mm-hmm. So from here to eternity, my selection in our West Virginia Ninjas expansion team 33rd NFL, however you want to call it, will be 13. And there are some ground rules. Oh, we got another one of these.
I'm your huckleberry.
Gage Campbell said, cheers, brother. Wouldn't mind Benito either. You shouldn't. I like Nick Benito a lot. And to me, he's not just a 3-4 end. And Karen Penland, I will get to yours in just a second because she said Bo will be taking a shot of Fireball as well.
Excellent.
I need a smoky lung treat before I do another shot. Or the end of this draft might have an unintelligible draft nerd in it. I'm just dumbfounded that we're to 47. There's been one quarterback taken. Mm-hmm. And now it's almost like a standoff. How long can we go before one goes?
Because they don't know. They just don't know, and they don't want to get crushed for it. That's what I think. Because we went through a slew of teams that could have taken a quarterback there, and I don't feel like any of them would have gotten crushed for it.
No. All right, I'm going to go have nicotine. I will be right back.
Okay. Very good. We will wait for the Washington Commanders to make their pick here. They went with Jahan Dotson in the first round, and I'm with Jeremy on this one. I don't hate the player, but I just don't like where you took him.
Sorry.
Jahan Dotson was one of my favorites coming into the process here. However, taking him at 16 in the first round was a little bit crazy. Corey Broda, Baltimore winning this draft. Hamilton, Linderbaum, and Ajabo, all of them A-plus picks. I know I hand out way too many A-pluses. I don't care. Jeremy starts when he looks at grades for people, he starts at 0, and I start at 100, and then I'm gonna go down. But Jahan Dotson, to me, that was crazy. It was one of the worst picks in the first round. The worst picks in the first round were obviously Kenyon Greene, Jahan Dotson, both guys expected to be second-round picks. And then you had Kenny Pickett, which I still don't get. I still feel like Sam Howell's the best quarterback in the draft. But Kenny Pickett goes, the hometown story and all of that. The commies are on the clock for you, Rob Johnson. Hopefully, they won't let you down again. Who's making the pick here? Santana Moss. Remember him on a couple of early fantasy football teams. 47th pick, Washington Commanders. Fedarian Mathis filling a need on the defensive line. Or is it a need? I mean, Jeremy and I were just talking about this earlier today. The Washington Commanders defensive line pretty much set. Let's see where he's at on the Flostradamus big board. 140. And here he goes, 47th overall to the Washington Commanders. 6'4", 312 pounds. Ran a 5.22. He did have 9 sacks for the SEC champion, national runner-up, Alabama Crimson Tide. I don't think you can hate it. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of depth. But Fedarian Mathis goes to the Washington Commanders, and now you've got some serious weapons on that defensive line. But Jeremy's point earlier today when we were having this discussion was he thinks that the New York Jets, if they were to have taken Travis Jones in the top of this second round, that they would have the best defensive line in the NFL. Now, I'm not certain I agree with that, but he did make quite the good case. Let's see. Go back over here, see if Rob Johnson. Yeah, they love Bama boys on the defensive line. So you got Daron Payne, Jonathan Allen, and Fedarian Mathis now on the defensive line. You got Chase Young on one end and Montez Sweat on the other. That's a shitload of beef on the Washington offensive line or defensive line. Is it overkill, Flostradamus? Hang on, I'm struggling with the mic. Nope. Missed it by that much.
Look, I like Fedarian Mathis. That's a lot of beef, and I feel like you had bigger needs.
You did have bigger needs.
You had bigger needs there.
You need secondary
I'm not
help.
loving what Washington has done so far.
Well, they're both major reaches.
Well, not necessarily on talent, on where you could have gotten them. Mm-hmm. And it's just, there's not a lot of teams doing that. There haven't been many picks where I'm like, damn, you could have gotten him later. By the way, you remember those times that Chicago fans told me George Piggins wouldn't be here at 48?
Yes.
Or wouldn't be there at 39, actually, and now he's here at 48?
Mm-hmm. Sean Evans, are we supposed to know who he is? Jaquan Brisker, the safety out of Penn State. That's a good pick.
That is a good pick, and New Orleans just went, fuck!
But here you're going, you're the Chicago Bears, and you're going defense. Shocker of shockers, you got a defensive head coach, but, where's the offensive line?
That's comical. I mean, it's comical, receivers? Honestly. Look, I said last year when the Bears took Justin Fields, what exactly have you ever done in franchise history that makes me think you're not going to take this guy that's going to be super hard to develop and not fuck him up? Mm-hmm. And now, 2 picks, and you've gone defense twice.
Yep.
Brilliant. You're going to throw to Byron Pringle. And look, Ryan Poles came very highly recommended. People I know in the industry absolutely love him. Former player. And so far, I like both players you've taken. But I don't understand. Why you only have 6 picks in this draft. Mm-hmm. So to me, just that's mind-boggling.
But this is what we're going to do. We're going to play great defense, and our offense is going to continue to suck. Somebody posted
scrotum.
Somebody posted the other day on Twitter a graphic of all of the season passing leaders for every NFL team. The Chicago
Desmond
Bears,
Ritter's playing patty cake. It's going to be a minute.
The Chicago Bears. Yeah, she's pretty. She's very pretty. Looking
Sam
at
Howell's
girlfriend.
that should be enough for you to go.
Who didn't know? Who didn't know he was, he was pulling ace?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. If I looked like Sam Howell, I probably wouldn't own clothes.
Exactly.
I like showing off the old merchandise.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I look like me.
But on this,
but I do have a smoking hot wife.
Yeah.
So
on this graphic, though, of all the passing leaders, single season passing leaders for each and every team in the NFL,
they're the only team that's never had a 4,000-yard passer.
Right.
You know why I know that stat?
Why?
Because the Jets have only had 1.
Oh, okay. Who was it?
Richard Todd.
Todd.
Sorry. That's the only word I can say is Mel Kiper. All right. Let's see. Trying to catch up on the comments I missed while I was...
Are you going to make a pick? 3 teams have already passed you on making your 13th pick.
Well, I mean, nobody's passed me because I didn't have the chance to make my pick last night because, first round, Fast and Furious. So I'm picking at 13, which would mean I'm actually picking at 14.
Okay. So we're at 16 in the second round.
I'm talking about I have to make a first round pick first.
Oh, you're going to go back.
Yeah.
Okay. We already know it was
No,
Jermaine
I just
Johnson.
tapped out on those.
We already know it was Jermaine Johnson.
Actually, it wouldn't have been.
Really?
No. And the way these work is that I can make trades 95% of the Jimmy Johnson trade value chart.
Okay.
Can't screw anybody. Yeah, that's really about the only rule.
Okay.
And it's who I would take had I been on the board. So going back to round 1, and we're doing this a little backwards. So the beauty of 13, I wouldn't have taken Jermaine Johnson.
Okay.
I'd have taken Kyle Hamilton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I would have taken Kyle Hamilton, and Kyle Hamilton would be the first player in West Virginia Ninjas history.
Because Kyle Hamilton was the number 1 player on the Flostradamus big board.
Yeah, you got to love how that works. Guy gets the number 1 player on his board at 14. So for those of you that are new to the show or you weren't here last year, whatever the case may be, the concept of this is that I would start my own team. We will do an expansion draft, which sounds like a palatable thing to do maybe next week, week after.
Yep.
But I will draft players. I will be at 14 in every round. And so the 14th pick in every round, I will make a selection of who I would take. And year after year, we will see my draft classes. Last year, Amon-Ra St. Brown would have been quite nice for me.
Yes. The pick came in for the New Orleans Saints with just 45 seconds left on the clock. So we will not have we will not have a situation where they get skipped. And they're talking on ESPN about, is this a quarterback?
John DeLon said, Jeremy, I hate to rain on your parade, but there's a guy by the name of Carlos Medina who claims that he released a draft guide in March that had Trayvon Walker as his number one player. Now, here's the thing. I never said Trayvon Walker was the number one player. I said Jacksonville was going to take him. Mm-hmm. And see, here's the thing. I have a radio show with ESPN on it, so his claim to fame, to the best I can tell, is that people could drunkenly think he was the hack comedian that would steal jokes from people from the early 2000s. Another question Evan Doyle asked, with the Jackson Carman news, is there a guard worth taking in round 2? There's actually several of them. If it were me and I was looking to take a guard, Sean Ryan's one that I'm high on. Ed Ingram is one I'm high on. Darian Kennard. Dylan Parham, who's, to me, Dylan Parham would be the perfect one because you play him at guard now with the intention of taking over at center for Ted Karras in a year. And he would be drastically cheaper. You have heard the Jackson Carman news, right?
He was accused of rape, yeah. I have not read any specifics on it or... Alante Taylor.
And they have him as a safety. So that tells me you're planning on playing too high with him and Marcus May. That's not a bad pick. I like Alante Taylor a lot. Mm-hmm. Tennessee's one of those schools that I look at and go, you know what, these guys are just not, they haven't been coached well. And to me, he's in that Daxton Hill, Jalen Petrie mold of I think he can play safety, I think he can play corner. Mm-hmm. I really like the talent. A lot, actually. He's a player that I really, really loved. Doyle said, actually, just give me Cam Jurgens and move Karras to guard. That's not a bad call either. And Jurgens has had a lot of heat, and a good amount of it's been with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Alante Taylor was the 82nd player on the Flostradamus big board. And now you have the Kansas City Chiefs coming up at 50. And this should be a wide receiver, I would imagine. Sky Moore still on the board. George Pickens as well. For the Kansas City Chiefs, is that where you're going? If this were you making
I'm going
the pick,
Sky Moore.
You're going with a wide receiver here?
I'm going
Definitely.
Sky Moore.
Yeah. A guy who many believed had first-round potential.
And now, since we need to catch up, and we got 3 minutes here in the picks, not even in, I'll go ahead and make my second-round pick.
Okay.
This would be the 14th pick. So with the 47th pick, the West Virginia Ninjas, we're going to continue to add to this defense. I'm going to take Nakobe Dean.
There you go.
So I start the draft with Kyle Hamilton, Nakobe Dean. I feel very good. We'll have another pick coming up in the 3rd round.
And you will have 2 guys on your defense that can cover the entire field by themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, not quite. But I got 2 damn good defenders. So I started Kyle Hamilton, Nakobe Dean.
But what I'm saying is from sideline to sideline, you're covered. Mm-hmm. So New England has now traded up to the 50 pick.
Matt Ariza.
With the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, God. Is that Pat Matricia?
That is Pat Matricia.
Look at Pat Matricia all looking like he's about to tell you the good news about the Jehovah's Witnesses or sell you a fucking insurance package.
See, now I was wondering if we were going to get to see armchair commentary tonight, and there he is.
By God.
He does look eerily like Pat Matricia.
Oh, no, Pat Matricia looks like a really fat version of him. Armchair catches he gets precedence here.
Okay.
The failed former.
So the New England Patriots will take Nakobe Dean with this pick. True or false?
The Patriots will what?
Will take Nakobe Dean.
He's not a 3-4 linebacker. I mean, they can do it. It's going to make me feel real bad about the fact he's a ninja. Because I don't like the fit there at all.
Okay.
Tyler Cunningham.
I'm your huckleberry.
Jeremy, that Saints pick almost made me smash my television. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I like the player. I like Alontae Taylor. I think he got screwed on Jaquan Brisker with the Bears taking him right in front of you. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the hard things about drafting. It's just a bitch. Never know what's going to happen in front of you. There's a lot of moving pieces. And John DeLon was telling me about Carlos Medina is about to get his, he's worked in NFL front offices. I know the name. I don't know him personally. But let me revise my statement. I was the first person on terrestrial radio that I heard say that Trayvon Walker was going number 1.
Okay.
Kelvin Joyner asked, any reason Bernard Raymond's still on the board? A few teams failed him on the medical. So there was always a possibility he was going to fall a little bit. But this is about I had him going to Pittsburgh 2 picks from here in my last mock. Mm-hmm. So, to me, this is about the range.
Would this be? Who would this be if it were you?
If it were me, I'm picking for New England.
Yep.
Travis Jones. And I wouldn't think a second fucking thing about it. I'm dumbfounded that he's still here.
Mm-hmm. Mel has their biggest need as wide receiver.
Mel, buddy, get you a plug and plug yourself in.
Aww. They could also use a corner. Ooh,
Corner would
Joshua Williams. Come on. Give me Joshua Williams.
Too high for that.
They took Cole Strange with the 29th overall pick.
Factually accurate.
Bill's just like, watch this, guys.
Bill's like, hey, watch this. We're going to take Matt Ariza at 50. Next, 3-dimensional chess.
We're going to launch an entire team.
Please suck. Who is that bro that's wearing khakis with a jersey?
Fuck you.
Didn't realize it when I said it. I like how Lawrence guy's wearing his wedding ring on, or his Super Bowl ring on his index finger just so he could do that.
Make-A-Wish.
Oh.
Yeah, see, this is the second time now you've made fun of a Make-A-Wish kid.
Well, I mean, don't wear khakis with a jersey.
Tyquan Thornton, the burner wide receiver, who was number 176.
Oh my God! Is Bill actually trying to blow this team up? You do realize that he can't catch, right? Like, you get that. That's no less than 50% of what matters in being a receiver. Oh, look how fast he is. Wide ass open. Mm-hmm. Great catch. Wide ass open. Wide ass open. I don't even need to know what clips they're getting ready to show. I've seen the tape. I'm well aware of it. Wide ass open. Hey, look, he can blister a safety's ass against Kansas.
Right.
Oh, look, the one contested catch he ever made.
No, that was a pretty good one.
Good Lord. Wow.
Whew.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, Philadelphia, you go get you N'Kobe Dean.
Reaching.
Wow. Traded up to get Tyquan Thornton. Mm-hmm. I mean, does Bill Belichick just look at this? Does he want to burn this to the ground? Like, is he pissed off that Kraft was getting tuggies and didn't invite him? Mm-hmm. And now he just wants to burn this team to the ground? Because I'm not going to lie to you, I'm totally fucking here for it.
I mean, he's letting his dog pick again.
Hey, oh, yeah, the dog.
Yeah.
Matt Rule's wife, Bill Belichick's dog.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Dog. I'm going ahead and marking it for the Philadelphia Eagles here.
Kelvin Joyner said, didn't you mock him to the Raiders in the 5th?
He did.
Yes, sir, I did. Yes, sir, I did. By the way, Kelvin Joyner, just, you know what? People that keep that much track, they deserve a point.
Exactly.
Oh, and good point. And you've got a noodle arm quarterback, too, that can't play when it's chilly outside.
Right.
Am I crazy to think that a year from now the Jets are going to be better than the Patriots?
No.
I just want to make sure I'm... Chris D said, I don't want to be a Pats fan anymore. Hey, you can come on to the Jets bandwagon. We're still selling tickets. As long as we got Joe D leading this ship. Joshua Schneider asked, why has George Piggins not been drafted yet? I will be honest with you, there were some teams that had issues with the knee, and the fact that he did not come back in any kind of reasonable time frame. And with receivers, especially bulkier receivers, teams will gristle at that. Mm-hmm. Colin said, worst draft, Patriots not even close right now. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's Bill and his little protege, Nick Caserio, and they have lapped the field.
Wow. I mean, we shouldn't be shocked by this because New England has, I mean, they have done this of not being great at drafting.
No. I'm curious.
I mean, last year they did hit on 3 players in the draft.
And one of them was a running back. So
true. Ramondre Stevens, Christian Barmore. That was the great pick that they made. Mac Jones, it is what it is.
They hadn't made a great pick.
I thought Christian Barmore was a great pick.
He was not a great pick. He was fine.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. Mm-hmm. They haven't made it. I'm actually looking at their draft history right now.
The Couch
their last great draft pick was Joe Thuney. That was 2016. Mm-hmm. That was 6 fucking years ago. Mm-hmm. Kyle Duggar was close. He's in a ballpark of a great draft pick. I would say he's a very good pick right now.
Mm-hmm. The Couch Guy draft, the first one that
I
we
love
did
that
on
we call that
Facebook.
the Couch Guy draft.
I just remember the hilarity that ensued when in the 3rd round he went back-to-back with tight ends, and neither of them ever played.
I can answer that.
Dalton Keene from Virginia Tech and Devin Asiasi from UCLA.
As of right now, those 2 3rd-round tight ends, Asiasi and Dalton Keene, have combined for 5 catches for 55 yards and a touchdown. And then Asiasi did have a touchdown.
And then, of course, he took the controversial kicker.
Oh, yeah.
Justin Rohrwasser.
The 3%er or whatever. What
I don't even remember what that was.
Yeah. It's that group, the percenter group.
The white power guy.
I'm just, hey, look, I've been saying, he can vouch for this. I've been saying New England hubris was going to come shortly before the fall for many years. Mm-hmm. And maybe it's the draft guy in me that it's become comical. Mm-hmm. It has become absolutely comical to me.
But yeah, 2016. That was the last time they had a really good,
That was the last time they had a great
draft.
pick.
Well, they had Joe Thuney, Landon Roberts in the 6th, Ted Karras in the 6th.
Fine.
Those were values.
Landon Roberts is fine. Ted Karras played there for 3 years. Mm-hmm. And Philadelphia goes Cameron Jurgens because they apparently need 10 centers.
Okay.
Well,
Kelsey's retiring eventually, right? He can't play forever.
Well, yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, shit.
I'm doing the same thing you are, trying to pull it up.
They also
Jason
took
Kelce.
Landon Dickerson last year. So now you have 3 centers. And look, I said Cam Jurgens will go higher than people think. But that's an interesting one. that's an interesting one.
I thought for sure that was going to be Nakobe Dean.
I did too. Watch Pittsburgh do something smart right here. Watch Pittsburgh do something smart right here.
Like take George Pickens?
I wouldn't hate George Pickens. And now look,
Pick it to Pickens?
now I'm not gonna lie. You've got Cleary and Parton. They're both talking about disappointment here. Cam Jurgens is a hell of a player. I just don't understand what you're going to do with 3 centers.
Well, because they had their heart set.
Chase
on Nakobe
Claypool,
Dean.
is he going to do a TikTok of his making a draft pick?
Does he do TikToks too?
He does.
Okay. George Pickens. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers doing Pittsburgh Steelery things, taking wide receivers.
So let me explain this to you, as my old gym coach used to say.
God, I love it.
The Patriots traded up to get Tyquan Thornton, who I had a 5th round grade on. Mm-hmm. It was actually a late 5th round grade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do drugs though, just weed.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers sit at their pick. Don't move and get George Pickens.
Yep.
Wow, winning.
Good's going to be good.
Now you have.
Bad's going to be bad.
Now you have.
And I have to give, you know what? I'm solely going to say, I'm going to do this. Books with Vontae, who is currently our points leader, he did speak this into existence. He said Pickett to Pickens, literally, I think
Several
before
times.
the first pick tonight. You were asked a question in the comments, by the way.
I was asked a question.
Joshua Snyder asked, did you like the Christian Watson pick for Green Bay?
No. Not really. I mean,
Why?
because I would have gone George Pickens.
Christian Watson has a higher upside.
Does he?
I would say a drastically higher
Okay.
upside.
All right.
I mean, I like George Pickens. Mm-hmm. I liked Christian Watson.
Alec Pierce goes to the Indianapolis Colts with the 53rd overall pick. How do you like that one?
I mean, okay. I don't understand it not being Sky Moore. Alec Pierce, to me, here's my problem with Pierce. Yeah, he checks all the height, weight, speed boxes, but the production was never there. Mm-hmm. This kid never had over 800 yards in a season, with Desmond Ridder throwing him the ball in the AAC. Mm-hmm. Jordy Nelson's an interesting comp, and I don't hate it. He's faster than Jordy, but I don't think he's anywhere near as gamer as Jordy Nelson was.
Right.
I like Alec Pierce. I'm not trying to shit on him.
Yeah.
I just, to me, okay, so here's the thing. You went Tyquan Thornton. Whoa. George Pickens. Yeah. Alec Pierce. Yeah.
And
Oh,
now the
hate it.
Kansas City Chiefs are sitting here on the clock after trading down to 54.
And Sky Moore's
And
still
Sky
here.
Moore's
And
still
Sky
here.
Moore's still here in the middle of a receiver run. So, I mean, this is Roy, our boy Roy,
Yeah.
our Jaguars fan. I said nice things about your team earlier. I always feel bad saying shit about the Jaguars. Only for Roy. It's only Roy that makes me feel bad about that.
Because you hate everybody else that pulls for them.
No, that's not true. A lot of them are Florida Gator fans, which makes it easier for me. It's also why I say it slower.
There are also 38% of them mulleted jort voters.
Grateful Dad said you missed 2 shots and 3 beers. Catch up, Roy. Good for Grateful
fair.
Dad. Grateful Dad also having a nice showing today in the chat comments. Justin Parton asked, where does the next quarterback go? Probably to the bar to drink aggressively.
Joshua Snyder says he's hoping that Shakur falls to the third round.
I've had Shakur going to Tennessee for so long it's ridiculous, so now I don't even know how to flex that.
Wants him to go to the Packers.
Hosey said he thinks Pierce will be a better pro. I don't disagree with you. I just don't think he necessarily has. To me, he doesn't have George Pierce upside. To me, I wanted somebody that could be a downfield threat. Sky Moore made all the sense in the world to Indianapolis because then that takes some of the pressure off Michael Pittman. I wanted to call him Martellus Bennett for some reason.
No. You were in love with Michael Pittman.
I still am.
That was the first. Colin says Pickens was in a car crash a week ago. He was the passenger.
I don't see anything about that on Twitter, which is sadly enough where I go to get much of my news about things like that.
Mm-hmm. But was he hurt?
I don't see anything on it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Stephen Tao said his Steeler fan family is happier today than they were yesterday.
Yes, he was with Kenny McIntosh, the running back from Georgia. Kenny McIntosh was arrested for reckless driving and failure to wear his seatbelt.
Oh, shit.
4:30 a.m. in Athens. What the fuck are y'all doing out at 4:30 in the morning? Damn it. I mean, they're college kids.
Hookers and blow.
Yeah.
Wasn't here, Dad.
McIntosh was released on bail around 6:45 a.m. Four-star running back. Who's, taking over for James Cook and Zamir White, of course. Of course. McIntosh, the running back out of California, I believe.
Eric Miller said, damn Jeremy on the Elon news site. The only reason I checked Twitter now is because Elon Musk bought it. You seen the story on that they've had 400,000 new
Of course
how did
they
that
are.
go? It was a jillion new accounts, but there were like 400,000 new additions to Joe Rogan's Twitter in like 24 hours. I love Joe Rogan.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, this is all of the conservatives getting back onto Twitter after they got kicked off.
If this is not Sky Moore, I'm going to be shocked. And, of course, it is. Because he's a little feller that's real fast. To me, he could replace Tyreek Hill immediately in that offense because the quarterback's so good. When you have Pat Mahomes, it's weird how short, little shifty receivers can become each other in the blink of an eye.
And Tony Gonzalez up there making the pick. And they already updated the website. So, Sky Moore.
Yeah. Hey, look, weird. To me, that wasn't even that hard. I like this kid a lot.
That's what she said.
He's so shifty. I thought we were about to do another comp.
$5'9" and 5'8".
Hosey asked, what's the knock on Moore? He's short. I was
going to say, as someone who is that height as well, 5'10". We're 5'10". Shut your mouths.
You said 5'6" wrong.
Stop that.
Yeah, you're 5'10" and a pair of high heels standing on a stack of phone books.
You're crazy.
So that's the beauty of being me. I'm 6'5", so I can throw shade that way.
No. What was it? We went in for our initial measurements at PhD weight loss, and you've always said you were 6'4".
I am 6'4".
And you measured at 6'3".
6'3" and like 3/4.
I
You've
measured-
always judged that 1/4 of a fucking
I
inch.
measured at 5'9".
5'8".
No, I was 5'9", and you said, okay, you can be 5'10", but I get my inch back too, so I'm 6'4".
It's a quarter of an inch.
And Aeneas Williams making the pick.
Aeneas.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Arizona's first round pick was
Trey McBride. So the Cardinals come in.
I don't hate that. And the Cincinnati Bengals just said, fuck. God, I like Trey McBride a lot. I really do. I like Trey McBride a lot. And that suit is fucking money. That suit is cash.
The tight end out of Colorado State.
He's the best tight end in this class, and it's not even close.
Over 1,000 yards
God, they
last
have
year.
1 billion targets now.
90 catches for 1,121 yards last year. 6'3", 245, runs a 4.56 40.
He has that Mark Andrews thing about him where he just gets open. He's a better blocker than you think.
He's a willing blocker.
He is a willing blocker. He just always seemed open. When I watched him on tape, he just always seemed open. Mm-hmm. Joshua Snyder asked, what do you guys think about Jelani Woods? I think he's an athletic freak of nature, and I won't be shocked if somebody takes him within the next 8 picks. I said when a tight end goes, you're going to see several go pretty quick after that. If you had given me $1 million on who the first team to take one would be, Arizona would have been in my top 10.
The Buffalo Bills coming up in a couple of picks.
Buffalo's they've been hot on tight ends. Still think
Greg Dulcich.
I mean, look at them watch them get Petit Frere at 57.
Oh yeah, you had them mocked to get him in the first round. The Dallas Cowboys, America's team, now on the clock at number 56.
Whoever it is, they'll say we had him at 16 or 17 on our big board. He was right behind Tyler Smith. Mm-hmm. Like, don't lie to me. It just really irritates me. There's nobody with an IQ above fucking toothpaste that had Tyler Smith ahead of Zion Johnson as a guard.
DeMarvin Leal.
This strikes me as
Texas
DeMarvin
A&M.
Leal. They were hot on Leal. They love his versatility. I feel like Roger Goodell's playing up the heel thing.
Because he's a big damn bastard.
I also wish our boss would dap us up when we come in the building the way Roger Goodell did last night.
Sam Williams. You said it. If there was a team that was going to take Sam Williams, they were not going to worry about the red flags, the character red flags. You just replace Randy Gregory with Sam Williams.
Mm-hmm. He's a hell of a player.
You had him in the 3rd round in your final mock going to the Dallas Cowboys, I believe.
I did.
And he was your number 100 player on the big board.
And that was not on talent. That was
Yes.
the personality came into it. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, the raw tape on him is really good. Great burst, great first step, really instinctive pass rusher. I mean, I love this pick for Dallas. Mm-hmm. This almost makes up for trying to explain to me that you had Tyler Smith ahead of Zion Johnson. I like that pick a lot. I've loved him with Dallas from the beginning of the process.
6'4", 265 pounds, 4.46 40. Athletic freak, 12.5 sacks this past year. Forces fumbles like crazy. And the Bills have now traded this pick to my Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Ooh. Your Tampa Bay Buccaneers!
And we...
hold on. The one that was made for us.
Fire them cannons! By golly, put more powder in those things.
Gene Deckeroff actually recorded that for us.
He did. He did. And I
It used to say the Sports Tank, and then we changed the name of the show, and we had to cut all those things off.
Right. And that was cool. That was a cool experience. Getting to talk to Gene Deckerhoff on the telephone.
And it's also a cool thing because he's a Florida State guy and
Yep.
a Tampa Bay guy.
Yep.
Somebody asked me why we had a Florida State helmet on the desk. Because it's cool.
Because it's Deion fucking Sanders. Autograph.
That's one of my prized possessions.
So we went with Logan Hall to start out the third round, or to start out the second round, excuse me, with the 33rd overall pick. We need a guard. We need to replace Ollie Marpet.
Yeah.
And so Dylan Parham.
I wouldn't hate it.
we
I
fit our
wouldn't hate.
scheme.
I mean, there's a lot of guards to me that I wouldn't hate here.
Sean Ryan is one that
It's a little high for
I
me.
believe we've talked to.
It's a little high for me. I'm sitting here thinking I would go Martin Emerson, Tariq Woolen.
Yeah.
I would be going corner here. That's my first thought.
Okay.
Books with Vontae asked who signed the Jets helmet. That would be Keyshawn Johnson. We're ESPN Radio hosts, so having a fellow ESPN Radio host that was also a Jet on the only matte black Jets helmet I have ever found. I bought that in cash when I saw it. Like, here, you have my monies. And that's coming with me.
So we got Logan Hall to take over the Ndamukong Suh role on the defensive line. This could be a tight end. We don't know about Rob Gronkowski, and dear God, if they get Greg Dulcich, as much as I love him, I could be a happy man.
Delana asked what, I'm assuming it's the chrome helmet. That's a signed chrome Lawrence Taylor, North Carolina alternate helmet.
Which I dig a lot, and I wish that we would wear those. Or James Cook.
Joel Embiid has a fractured orbital bone.
Well, that's not good.
He's listed as out.
Well, that is not good. Huh.
Well, that sucks on a day that I just had an ad campaign in the Southeast going out that said take the 76ers as your dark horse NBA champion.
Well, I mean, he'll wear a mask. And
He'll miss at least a game, though.
yeah. And they'll be fine.
Hosey said, man, is this what good teams have to deal with? The weight is killer. I haven't had to do it a lot because my team hasn't been good very often.
Titus O'Neil.
You got a pro wrestler doing your pick. That's the best suit of the weekend. That suit is fucking money.
Luke Godecki. Okay. Luke Godecki. This is the. Who?
You're trying to make yourself feel good about that, aren't you?
I am. I'm trying to.
You should stop.
I mean, why is that bad? I mean, major.
You took him 3 rounds too high. I think we have to switch channels now.
Well, oh.
Because we're going to watch the Timberwolves and the Timber Puppies and the Grizzlies.
Not interested.
They fuck, we will.
Not interested.
They fuck, we shall.
I mean, although that has been a very entertaining
It has been a great series. And Secret Time, the Timberwolves have outplayed them in that series.
And you, no doubt, should have taken John Morant, number 1.
Yeah, that's I mean, look, he's a good run blocker. Mm-hmm. And he's a decent project piece as a guard. To me, that's high, and you traded up to get him.
Mm-hmm. He was 198 on your big board.
And I might have had him too low. Not that much too low.
Right.
Oh, no. Let me see the remote.
I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?
No. It's just you're going. We're ESPN people around here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put it on the network.
We work for ESPN. You know, we don't do that NFL Network bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. I did not see this coming.
I honestly don't actually ever watch the NFL. I always watch the ESPN coverage. Mm-hmm. NFL Network does too many of those between two ferns pieces of, let's talk about how they felt. I don't care.
The only thing I can think of is that they're looking at this as maybe he plays guard.
He does play guard
for Aaron Stanley, and if he's, he may be the long-term replacement for. It's not DeMar Dotson anymore. It's Donovan Smith. Maybe he's the replacement for him.
He's not a tackle. He's a guard.
Okay.
He's a guard.
He's a guard.
Son of a bitch!
Oh, there goes Troy Anderson, your boyfriend from Montana State, to the Atlanta Falcons.
Secret time, the Falcons have done well.
But why? Nakobe Dean still on the board.
Short.
Too short. I mean,
Short.
Troy Anderson ain't short. That's
No.
for sure. 6'3.5".
No. Troy Anderson is a bad dude. That's a developmental piece, for sure. Saquon Sutton, you got two of these.
I'm your huckleberry.
Said, hey, I'm drinking Fireball and watching y'all. Yeah, that rhymed. Woo. Thank you for your wonderful super chat and for contributing to the. You know what? We're going to call the. We're going to call the super chats the "we're getting ready to replace all of our cameras" fund.
Yes.
Because that's where that is literally where all of that money is going.
Yes.
To make this easier on us, so we never have to move all this shit again.
And can I have a pronunciation guide for your name? Is it Saquon or is it Saquon?
Yes, we always want to make sure we say people's names correctly.
Right. I'm very retentive about that with the players. That's why when Jeremy keeps saying Bailey Zapp,
it is Zapp.
It makes me cringe.
It is Zapp. If you want it to be Zappy, put the hora on the end, and I'll call you Zappy. That reminds me.
That's such a Scott move.
That reminds me. John DeLon asked a question a while back.
Okay.
Jeremy, in your opinion, are New York taxes playing a significant part in the Jets and Giants' recent failures, or is it just a bad front office? And tell your stalker story after the next pick. So the New York tax thing is a bitch, has been a bitch, and will continue to be a bitch. Mm-hmm. Because any place that has a tax rate that high, it's going to be hard to get. That ain't a bad. I can't be mad about it.
Ed Ingram with the 59th overall pick to the Minnesota Vikings, as announced by the next WWE superstar, Gable Stevenson. Yeah. Fantastic wrestler.
Taxes will always play a role. That's one of the most undersold narratives that's 100% a thing. Mm-hmm. Now, the stalker story. Tank has heard this story before, and it's everything you'd think it'd be. When I was this is before I met HWA. I was a young naive man, and I had made the mistake of enjoying a few dinners and nights with my hairstylist. Well, I'm very OCD about who cuts my hair. So I had to find somebody new to cut my hair. And there was a girl that came highly recommended, and she was, I mean, if we're grading her as a prospect, first glance, you'd think, this is a mid-first rounder. And at the time, I certainly couldn't pick that high. We went out a few times, and things went maybe not the right direction.
Okay.
And the first weird thing was I got drunk in a bar, and I came home.
I was going to say, that's not weird.
No, that's not weird at all. I came home, and she had taken pictures of my living room.
That's weird.
That's weird, yeah. Because I was in the bedroom, and she took pictures of the living room and sent them to me on Facebook Messenger, which was super weird. And I went, okay, so when we get drunk, we lock our doors. This is the way we lock our doors, lock our doors, lock our doors. And so I did from there on out. And I said, we're going to need to clean sweep here. She sent me 176 text messages in an hour. I know that because I counted them. And the last one said she was going to cut off my hands and send them to my parents in a FedEx box.
Oh my God.
And I went, well, this is not good. My wife just chimed in for the first time and said Jeremy tends to attract the crazy. That's the first thing you commented on? This story is the first thing you commented on.
She wrong.
Spencer Jansen said grading her as a prospect. Brother, I grade everything as a prospect. At least I did when I was single. Now I'm married to a wonderful woman who is way out of my league.
The Bengals have just traded up into the 60th pick.
I feel like I should tell the girl that put cigarettes out on my couch story.
Yeah.
That should be a day 3 special.
Okay.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
John DeLon said, I made the hairstylist mistake twice. I made it this many times. This many. And I married it this many times. And if you think making that mistake is a mistake, then tell it you do. And then it's a mistake on steroids.
I loved your, this is the way we lock our doors.
This is the way we lock our doors, lock our doors, lock our doors.
I learned
this
that.
This is the way we lock our doors to keep that crazy bitch out.
Yeah. I learned that lesson after I moved to Memphis when I was 21 years old.
Did you find the Queen of Memphis?
I did not.
If you did, I'll sing the song.
I did not. I found a shitload of skanks in Memphis.
Skanks.
I had a lot of fun with those skanks as well.
See, I can never see you doing shit like that. I can't see one night stand thing, Spencer. I can't wrap my brain around that. Just so you know, the Bengals have traded up to the 60th pick.
Yes.
The pick is in. We're waiting on it to be announced.
Yes. There was a time. And shortly after that, I met my wife, and she moved to Memphis with me, and I dropped all of my Memphis girls.
All of your Memphis. See, when you tell this story, you make it sound like there were like 4.
There was 5.
I don't believe that. Unless you trot them in here.
You wouldn't, I mean, they're exactly what you would think they would be.
They look like the Denver Broncos offensive line.
Bingo.
You know what?
Bingo.
I just gave myself points. I'm the scorer, and I just gave myself points.
But, there was a time. But yeah, it was when I lived in Memphis by myself that I went, you know what? I should probably lock my doors, because one night I'm in bed and all of a sudden I heard my front door open, and my neighbor drunkenly mistook my apartment for his apartment and came in and just crashed on my couch. And I walked out of my bedroom and went, "Hey, Jeff, you are in the wrong place." And
have you ever been so drunk that you slept on someone else's couch?
Yeah,
thinking it was your house.
He did. He just came in, threw his keys down on the table, and plopped out on my couch. And I went, "Okay, it's time for you to go home."
I'm so happy about where this went.
I'm your huckleberry.
Patrick Holt with the super chat. Oh shit! I went the wrong way.
I'm here for the gangbang.
Tank has never been with skanks. They were online friends from Canada. And that's fucking hilarious, first of all. My first thought when he said his girls in Memphis, I immediately went to they go to a different school, you don't know them. That was my first thought. And so the fact that me and Patrick Holt were on vaguely the same wavelength, I'm real fond of that.
Yeah, they were all, I met them all in Yahoo chat room.
ASL, bro, ASL. I did a joke in my act about that for years. Mm-hmm. And every time I would say ASL, there would be about 9 dudes in the building that would laugh their fucking asses off. And when they laughed, they'd look at their girlfriend and go, do you know why I'm laughing? Like, I could see the look in their face, like, if you know why I'm laughing, I am so fucked.
Right. I mean, that was it. Cam Taylor-Britt is the 60th overall pick to the Cincinnati Bengals.
And I'm a level, I like that pick. Mm-hmm. I'm very confused by it with Daxton Hill. You took the same guy.
Okay.
You took the same guy twice, which is that's interesting to me. I mean, and I'm not mad about it by any stretch of the imagination. I think we're about to get a bunch of ASL jokes in the comment or in the chat. That was one of the jokes that I've been asked to. There are about a handful of jokes that I have been asked to tell doing stand-up over the years. Mm-hmm. The ASL joke, I've had people come up to me in random clubs and ask for that one. The dick sucking check.
Oh, the dick sucking.
The dick sucking check's pretty good.
Joke.
That's pretty good.
That is the number one joke that you tell.
I did that one when I opened for Donnie Baker and a couple other people.
Metchie
and Throat Goat. Throat Goat's another one that. Did you notice that I just said 3 jokes right there and they're all dirty as fuck?
Well, of course.
I don't tell many jokes about like, hey, I went to the grocery store the other day. No, I mean, I tell jokes about what I think about, and it's sports and fucking, like, who's shocked? I mean, I feel like most people look at me and go, Patrick Holt just said that's like ICQ level, and I'm going to be honest with you, that's our first trifecta. Because I bet there's not 5 people in this chat that know what that means. Did you just say you have no clue?
No clue.
That's why I don't believe you had skanks. I believe skank, it's that S that I'm going, did you know?
I did.
You don't know what ICQ is. ICQ had its advantages.
All right, then.
I mean, since we're having fun here, we're just talking about shit. The Bengals took Cam Taylor-Britt, and I like the player. Little redundant with Daxton Hill, so that's confusing. I'll be interested to see how they use them. Mm-hmm. But that's 2 talented players you've added to the secondary. I have to ask this question, and I'm really only asking it to Patrick Holt and anybody else that knows the answer to this. In the AIM days, did you ever, were you ever talking to a girl that lived in your city and you accidentally sent ASL to them? I saw me do it. It didn't go so good. Didn't go so good for me.
All right.
That was not one of my finer days. It went much as you think it would. Mm-hmm. I was told to have sex with myself, and I said, self, I'm not going to do that.
San Francisco 49ers on the clock, 61st overall pick. This will be their first of the draft.
Rob Johnson said the NBA, 5 guys fighting 5 other guys for a hole, just like being in a nightclub. Good for fucking you. And very accurate, by the way.
Mm-hmm. I think that was a Rodney Carrington joke.
Might have been.
I think it is.
Rodney Carrington's not in our chat. Rob Johnson is.
Oh, I mean, I know. I'm just saying. All right, San Francisco, on the clock. What do we need?
Need?
What's the biggest need they need?
The biggest need that they needed. I mean, for me, I would be looking Travis Jones here.
Okay.
But I'm going to keep saying that until somebody takes him.
They just lost Lake and Tomlinson, so they need a guard.
Zach Tom would be interesting to me here.
Okay.
Dylan Parham. Dylan Parham's probably who they ultimately take.
You have said you like him in that zone running scheme.
Patrick Holt said, nope, not in my hometown, but met a girl in Charlotte on ICQ. She ended up becoming the wife of a U.S. senator in her later years, but I tagged her before.
Good for you.
Be honest with you, I have a story about a girl that ultimately ended up marrying into the family of a member of the House of Representatives. I feel like Patrick Holt and I lived the same life just from afar. Like, we were 2 hours away living the exact same life.
All right, there's Eric Armstead making the pick. Is it going to be a fellow defensive tackle?
I feel like they could have raised that mic for him since he's 9 feet tall.
Drake Jackson. Jackson.
That's a great fucking pick for San Francisco.
Yep, Drake Jackson from USC.
Home run pick.
Number 99.
I love Drake Jackson. That is an amazing story, an amazing pick. This is a guy that, I mean, I'm telling you, Drew Rosenhaus said this guy had guarantees in the first round. And he's going to come into the league and be a fucking force of nature. Evan Doyle said, I need to be talked down a ledge. Why did we just do that? I'm not going to lie to you. I don't have a good answer to that. You have taken two players that play very similar positions. But they're both very talented and allows you to be very multiple. You got to understand the league's changing. You know, this is not a just line up in 4-3 and fire it away, or 3-4, whatever the case may be. It's all about being multiple, and that allows you to. You know, I think you're going to play one of those guys as the safety. I think, you know, Dax Hill, there's a possibility you could play them on the field at the same time. Is it a little early to be doing those things? Maybe. But I mean, I can't be mad at the picks because I like both the players.
Well, they want to be, they want to be super physical. And
Doyle said, I'm going to go drink 2 shots and I'll be back.
if you can limit.
Why do we have pro wrestlers making picks?
Brian Cook, the safety from Cincinnati, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
That's a little early. I mean, it's early to me, and I like the player. He's an enforcer. He's got a great story. Started at Howard. He was a 0-star recruit. Then he winds up at Cincinnati. He's just an enforcer. The tape on him was very good, but that is early to me. But does help against the run immediately. He's going to be the hammer in that defense.
He was 94th overall on your big board.
Patrick Holton said, Jeremy, I feel like we've lived comparable lives, but I know how to ride a bicycle and I'm balding. I know how to ride a bicycle, okay? It took a while.
You just don't.
I just didn't learn how to do it until I was 15. That's a true story, too.
The Buffalo Bills on the clock with the penultimate pick here of the second round of the NFL draft.
Books with Vontae asked, who are the top guys on your board? I will put up the big board after the next 2 picks. I'm going to go inhale nicotine. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then I'll show the big board of who I've got left.
It's very true. Yeah, this is very insane that the quarterbacks have not come off the board. There ain't going to be one in the third round. Is that what you said? Oh, in the second round. Oh yeah, there ain't going to be one in the second round. Obviously, Buffalo and Denver are the 2 picks left, and they're pretty good on the quarterback front. Adam Black says he's starting to believe that the quarterbacks will fall to Carolina, and maybe. And if you get into the 4th round with any of these guys, I would think absolutely jump on it. Because at that point, nobody can fucking blame you for taking a quarterback. In fact, if I was Carolina, I'd be trying to figure out a way to trade up. I mean, if you walked away with Ike Mekwonu and Sam Howell, we love the hometown picks. Sam Howell from Indian Trail, North Carolina, which is just outside of Charlotte. It is pretty baffling to me that the quarterbacks have not come off the board. Malik Willis, who at one time there were experts trying to tell us that, Malik Willis is going to go in the top 5. Nah. Who is it? Maurice Jones-Drew? His mock draft, last mock draft before, had 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10 or 4 quarterbacks going in the top 10. And we've seen 1 go in the top 62 picks here. Anthony Hurt, welcome in. Just getting off work. And the Colts, yes, the Colts have picked. Alec Pierce was the first pick of the draft with the 21st pick in the second round. Oh, thank you, Patrick Holt. Where's the, now I got to find the button here. Oh, here we go.
I'm your huckleberry.
On a serious note, let's all give some respect to Tank for his weight loss. That's awesome, brother. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's one of those things that you just don't know unless you've been there. Unless you've been the guy who's been overweight your entire life. Every day's a new day for me. I lost 62 pounds in the last 21 weeks with the PhD weight loss, myphdweightloss.com, and you just don't know. You do not know what it's like to be the guy who's never been there, and now they're saying by the time my birthday rolls around in August, if I keep losing 3 pounds a week like I've been doing, I'm going to weigh 190 pounds, and I don't know what that is because I've never been that guy. I weighed 190 pounds when I was 4 feet tall. So, so I appreciate all of the vote of confidence from everybody. I will be participating next Friday in my first 5K. I'm not going to be running. I will be walking it in the Chamber 5K in downtown Asheville. So that's going to be interesting. But, yep.
I love being right.
James Cook, running back out of Georgia, goes 63 overall to the Buffalo Bills. And obviously, I'm a big fan. And Jeremy, you like to bring up you like to bring up the time that I said he ain't his brother, but you said he's closer than you think.
I love being right more than I love being alive.
I'm your huckleberry.
I'm sure you talked about Holt's super chat.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I was talking about when you were out of the room.
I had James Cook to Buffalo the entire time. They've been in love with James Cook, and this is a great pick.
Absolutely.
One of the best receiving backs in this draft. Great compliments to Devin Singletary. Congratulations on your weight loss, by the way. I wasn't trying to shield the.
No, you're good.
You have laughed me in the pounds, but I do feel fantastic. I'm back down to the weight I want to be. Mm-hmm. See, I'm a very large human. So
well, see, that's the thing. Like we went into the office and she asked, Dr. Ashley Lucas asked, how much weight do you see yourself losing? And I went, I don't know, 40, 50 pounds. Go from 295 to 255 because I didn't think anything else was possible. And now I'm almost down in the 220s. Weird.
I said from the jump, my objective is to get to 230. I will not get lower than that. It's just not going to happen.
Right.
And I'm getting reasonably close.
Getting close. Denver Broncos, Elvis Doomerville making the pick. It's a name I ain't thought about in a while.
I've said it a lot, and guess what? He just drafted himself.
Nick Bonito.
Nick Bonito, that's the comp I've made. was Nick Bonito. He's much taller, but he's got a little bit of a thin problem. Mm-hmm. I like that pick a lot. I'm really fond of that.
I do love it. He is an athletic freak. He's just got that speed off the edge that just pops off the page or screen or whatever. You know what I mean.
I like that pick for Denver a lot.
On the other side from Bradley Chubb,
and Randy Gregory as a rotational piece.
Yeah, I hadn't even forgot about him. Wow, and we're through the second round now. I thought for sure in the first 4 or 5 picks, Nakobe Dean was going to come off the board, and now Jacksonville's sitting here at the first pick in the 3rd round, as we have closed out the 2nd round of the NFL draft, and Nakobe Dean's still on the board. This is going to be the steal of the draft.
I certainly like him a lot.
Well, I would hope so. He was in your top 20.
He was also
big board.
He was also my pick for the.
Travis Jones is still out there as well.
That one shocks me. I won't be shocked if the Jets make a move on Travis Jones. Oh, I totally forgot I had a super chat. Son of a bitch. I forgot all about that.
What?
You start talking about picks and you forget about your buttons.
The graphic, yeah.
You forget about your buttons.
Yeah. See, now I'm just hoping that as I saw myself on camera take my hat off, which I tell myself I should never do. I mean, is that how it works? If I keep losing weight, will my hair come back?
No.
No? It doesn't work that way?
No,
Kelvin Joyner, holy crap, I left and there still ain't no quarterback taken.
No, there's not.
Rob Johnson says, being a truck driver is taking its toll on me. I'm starting to get fat now myself. It sucks. Yeah, it does. And you know, when you live it, you tell yourself it's not possible. It's being a thin, healthy person is not possible. And that's one of the things that PhD is helping me out with. And yeah, Patrick Holt, that's a point. I've already heard that one.
Which one?
He said losing weight makes your twig and berries look bigger.
Did you hear it from your gynecologist?
Oh, now that was just uncalled for. Speaking of dicks,
I am one.
yeah, that was the point. The Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock with the first pick in the 3rd round. Let's see here. Who are they going to fuck up this time?
To be honest with you, I don't hate what Jacksonville's done.
No, I mean, I don't hate what they've done.
I don't hate it in the least.
I mean, Trayvon Walker with the first pick, and then Devin Lloyd. Those are great defensive cornerstone pieces. But what?
The reactions to my little shot at you.
Oh. But what should they do?
What should Jacksonville do here?
Mm-hmm. Luke Fortner.
That's not a bad pick. I'm not mad at that at all.
All right, so
I
they go
like
out and
Luke
get a
Fortner
center.
a ton.
They go out and get a center. Not a bad pick at all.
Anthony Hurt said, Jeremy, do you feel like you've made out like a fat rat? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Everybody's asking for the big board. I'm about to put it on the screen.
Why are you making out with fat rats? I don't understand.
All right, there's my best available. N'Kobe Dean still up top. Sam Howell is the second best player available to me. Then you go Travis Jones, Bernard Raymond, Perry and Winfrey, Nick Petit-Frere, Christian Harris, Zion McCollum, DeMarvin Leal. Now that you get into Malik Willis, Tariq Woolen, Dylan Parham, and Chad Moma. I do want to state this for the record. I was probably the lowest on the quarterbacks, and I just want my flowers of we're just now to the point where the second quarterback is on my best 13 available.
Mm-hmm. Quick pick here by the Minnesota Vikings. And with the 66th pick, Brian Asamoah.
I told you. I heard that name so many times that I got tired of hearing it.
Linebacker out of Oklahoma.
And I'm totally down with it.
4.5 speed. Lots of tackles at Oklahoma. He had 80 this past season.
I like Asamoah.
So
that's a good pick.
So now you said about your criticism, I guess I should say, of the Lewis Sin pick, the Andrew Booth pick, was you're rebuilding this team in a 3-4
In a 3-4, but you got to get pieces for the system.
Right. So now Brian Asamoah plays on the inside of the 3-4 linebacker scheme.
He will in this scheme. And I mean, I'll be honest with you. I look at those 4 picks for Minnesota, and I'm not upset about any of them. I'm not upset about the talent of any of them. Maybe not what I would have done, but you have done well. Minnesota is a low-key, very good drafting team. I loved what they did last year, and this year I'm a big fan of the players that they've added.
But now that they have changed front office, they got Kwesi Adofo-Mensah now taking over, and he's had a pretty good start to the draft.
Emmanuel Urkel asked, speed round, this is going to be quicker.
The New York Giants select Joshua Ezeudu, the guard out of North Carolina.
Whoa.
You hate him so much.
I'm not a fan.
He
I would be lying if I said I was.
He is very, very physical, and that is a good thing. However, I believe that it was pretty much every game there was going to be a play like that one where he just fucks up and holds somebody or hits him in the back. And what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah, is it a bad sign when like the last block they just showed, that was not a quality block?
No. They've shown 2 of them.
That was. The one against Duke there, but
Yeah.
I'm not a fan at all.
Yeah.
I'm really not.
He has all of the physical tools to be really, really damn good, and hopefully, because I feel like he's got speed to get to the next level. He's very violent with his hands. I just, I obviously, as a big fan of Sam Howell, he was one of the reasons why Sam Howell's year this past year was not so great.
All right, we've got one of these, and I apologize for the ones that I forgot we had a graphic. Frankie Cleary, thanks for everything, fellas. You guys have... Hold on. It's hard to read on my screen there. Very small there. Thanks for everything, fellas. You guys have managed to bring a legit sports show to Asheville. Well done.
I'm your huckleberry.
We appreciate the kind words.
That was the goal.
100%. Emmanuel Urkel asked, how can I drop some money to you? I'm tired of Pete Prisco. The Super Chats. Super Chats are the best way.
Super Chats help.
And we're calling that our Replace the Cameras Fund because we're going to completely change the look of the show. We're taking next week off, frankly, because, I'll die. So we'll be here. We'll be in Monday. Draft reactions, things like that. We will do team-by-team draft grades. Monday's going to be aggressive. And then you won't see us for like a week. And I'm going to legally die.
Cleveland Browns.
And by the way, I have to say this. We greatly appreciate all of the super chats, all of the. We've had so many people over the last few weeks ask, how can we, show the love and things like that. And we in no way expect that's such a kind thing. We have I feel like we're all friends here.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're
family.
all friends here. And I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So we have kind of a weird deal in that we are 100% supported by ourselves. So our sponsors, Ingles, PhD, Clarissa Marshall with eXp Realty, they are what supports us. That, YouTube, the money we make off that's how we're paid. We are not paid a check to do this. And that can be very daunting, and it can be very struggly. I'll just, that's the nicest way I can say it. We have Will, our wonderful sales guy that works his ass off. And here at the turn of the third round, I think this is a great time to thank Will for all he does. And we appreciate all that you guys do. We under no circumstances expect people to, fund us or anything like that, but all of those things are, trust me, we know the 21st, which is when all of those things are paid. We know when that day is.
Yeah, exactly.
That day is circled on the calendar. I can tell you that much.
The Cleveland Browns on the clock here for their first pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. They have 3 picks in this third round.
I feel like Cleveland's just sat here and gone, hey, we just get to make it rain now. Hold on 2 seconds.
I'm your huckleberry.
Day Saints number 1, thank you so much for the super chat. Will the tight ends move fast in the third round? I think you're going to see a few of them here. I would look for Jelani Woods to come off the board in this round. Isaiah Likely. Greg Dulcich probably. Is there another one I'm missing?
You said Isaiah Likely, right?
I did.
Okay.
Those are the 3 I think come off in this round.
Jelani Woods, Jeremy Ruckert, Charlie Kohler.
Charlie Kohler, I knew I was missing one, which is weird because he's the highest rated of the 4 I just said. I'm going to give Patrick Holt Patrick Holt is, he gives so graciously to this show.
I'm your huckleberry.
He said, I give to this show like I tithe at the church. It's important. Y'all consider what you can commit to. That's him. We're not saying that under any circumstances.
Oh,
I have to routinely
that's
say.
an 80-pointer.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Jeremy and Tank are like brothers to me, and their content is part of my daily life. You're part of our daily life.
Here's the Miz.
Fuck off with the Miz.
Is the WWE
I'm
in
doing
town?
shit. Fuck off, Miz. You go fuck yourself. I'm talking about the people that actually matter here. You take your damn bleach tanned fucking faux hawk douchey ass on somewhere. I'll get to what he says in a minute. I care what he says, not that he's saying it.
I'm your huckleberry.
I have to go like all the.
But let me tell you something. I love weed, okay? I love it.
I'm here for the gangbang.
Emmanuel Urkel, thank you very, very much. That's a very kind donation. We appreciate you greatly. I'm not going to lie to you. That's one of those things that I have. Like I said, we're all family here, so I feel like I can be honest. I was an executive for more than one multinational corporation before I started doing this. Asking for money is something that has never bothered me. Him, not as much.
It makes me super uncomfortable.
He does not like doing that in the least. I have never struggled to do it, but I don't even like bringing it up here because I don't want anybody to think that's what we're saying. We do everything we do damn near. We have never put any of our content behind a paywall, and there's a reason for that. One is because it still blows our mind how many of you give a fuck what we say. we've never wanted to hide the content behind the paywall. We've always wanted to figure out ways to make things bigger. And I mean, it's literally the two of us, Will, HWA. It's a very small knit entity here.
You got another one.
Oh, shit, I did.
I'm here for the gangbang.
Corey Broda, just because.
I'm your huckleberry.
Corey Broda, just because we appreciate you so greatly. We really do. Those are always daunting to me. I see those little boxes pop up, and I'm not going to lie, it's just a little... It hits me in the subcockles.
Yep.
It's always right there in the subcockles, every single time.
All right, with their first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns have selected Martin Emerson, the cornerback from Mississippi State. Hell of a fucking pick, in my opinion.
I really hope that didn't sound like a PSA. I was just trying to... I wanted to get a thank you to Will and
yes,
both of our wives, who are insanely supportive.
Yes, and have been extremely patient.
Patrick Holt.
I'm your huckleberry. But let me tell you something. I love
Son of a bitch! I had them in the first fucking round. We got 2 picks to catch up on.
Yes.
New camera fun. Keep it going. Love you, dorks. We love you, Mr. Holt. We love all of you, frankly.
Damn.
And Emmanuel Urkel said, I really appreciate you. I just want the fun truth. You deserve your worth. We appreciate you greatly. And then John DeLon said, paywalls are dumb. We agree highly. If there's really that much interest in your content, then you'll make money off advertising. Agreed. Much love to Ingles Supermarkets.
Yes.
Low prices love the savings.
Yes.
They are the reason we're still here. Mm-hmm. So we would be working at Home Depot if it wasn't for them. And now that's enough of the money things. I'm sure I will do that again at some point tomorrow.
Yes.
But don't want anybody to think this is a money thing by any stretch of the imagination. Cleveland Browns take Martin Emerson that was the first pick.
That was their first pick.
Okay,
yes.
With their first pick, that's a player I really like. I always felt like I was higher on him than the industry was. Mm-hmm. And it all came down to a few tapes. He's a very multiple player. For him, he's a 3. He's behind Newsome. Mm-hmm. He's behind Denzel Ward. To me, that's a very quality pick for them. Was that 68?
Yes.
Let's see.
Martin Emerson at 68.
Martin Emerson is 68. Now, 69, Nick Petit-Frere. Hey, that's a player that I said they were going to take in the first round. So I gotta give that a real-time A for the Tennessee Titans.
Yep.
I mean, it's starting right tackle. So now you move Redunds into guard. Mm-hmm. And now I look at that line and go, that's all right. Maybe you're not just throwing up the white flag.
You
like
said that earlier today, and I get that they don't have primo receivers right now, but
not primo that's a fun way to say they suck nuts. I mean, Nick Westbrook-Akina is your 2 right now.
Indeed.
So I don't like how the A.J. Brown thing went down, but and now that's a quality selection.
And now the Jacksonville Jaguars have gotten another linebacker. How many damn linebackers do you need?
No. Jeremy wants his flowers. Jeremy wants his flowers from all the Jacksonville Jaguar fans. And there's one of you specifically, and if I could remember your fucking name, I'd call you out right now, that said, the leading tackler in the league's not a linebacker. You remember when I said he's a pass rusher, he's not a fucking linebacker. Well, here's the thing. Your team in your first 4 picks took 2 linebackers. What does that tell you? Oh, he's going to play on the outside. Mm-hmm. Oh, he's going to play on the outside. Oh. Okay.
You got Chad.
Because Devin Lloyd nor Chad Moma can play on the outside. Mm-hmm. So that's your 2 inside guys.
Yep.
You'll have Lodican on the outside. You'll have Josh Allen on the outside, which tells me they plan on playing Trayvon Walker at 3-4 end?
Yeah.
He's going to play that Aaron Donald role.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not averse to anything I just said. I just want somebody to go, hey, that big fat ginger tried to tell me that Lodican was not an inside linebacker. Mm-hmm. Yeah, guess what? The team that paid him $15 million agrees. All right. Holy shit. We got more things happening.
I'm your huckleberry.
Frankie Cleary said hit the like button.
Yes.
And we appreciate you greatly. We need to plan a Sportsocracy outing.
Oh, 100%.
I love when I have good ideas every once in a while.
Anthony Hurt, once again, why the hell is Tank wearing a Packers hat? This is a Georgia hat, black and red, just because the G is the same.
Yeah, but we do NFL stuff.
Look,
we do college stuff too.
Yeah, look, the Green Bay Packers, they like guys with G's on their helmets. They've already taken 2 Georgia guys.
No shit. They just need their helmet spray painted.
Right.
Like, I'll take the same fucking sticker, bro. Like, I can paint the sticker.
Yeah.
Be like pro wrestlers. I have to do my own paint. Roy, our resident Jacksonville fan, said, I like these moves. Let's get back to Saxonville. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. I think you have offensive talent problems, but I like the young additions to that defense. Hell, I like every player you've drafted. Literally, I like them all. I might think that Trayvon Walker was too high, but I've explained that.
But they got 2 in your top 13 with Devin Lloyd and Trayvon Walker.
Fucking great.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Chad Momo, well, you were very, very high on him, and Luke.
I love Chad Moma.
Yeah.
I love Chad Moma. That's a great pick. I mean, now that defense is going to be young. You're going to get your ass busted this year, but 2 years from now, oh hell yeah, that defense is going to be talented.
We're seeing now. I mean, just how really deep this draft is.
Oh yeah,
because the Chicago Bears just took Velus Jones Jr., the wide receiver out of Tennessee. And he's another guy.
Chicago, why do you make me do this? I don't want to yell at you. I really don't.
I mean, you like him.
What did I say about Velus Jones? Who did I compare him to?
I don't remember.
Cordero Patterson.
Oh, yeah.
It's Cordero Patterson. Yeah. So you got a receiver that doesn't run routes well. That's the first guy you're going to go get. Hey, let's go get a guy that can only play in the slot. That would let's jerk our gherkins to that. Like, for the fucking, like, why? And I don't hate the pick. I really don't. But damn. You needed a legitimate guy that can help your quarterback. And Velus Jones is a gimmicky special teams. Just get the ball in his hand, a little cheap Debo imitation kind of player.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know why.
Would you rather have them gone with David Bell?
Fuck yeah. Hell yes. Who also has a little bit of that to him, by the way, but he's way further along.
Agreed.
And I don't hate the Velus Jones pick by any stretch. But damn. Patrick Holt said, y'all's work is so hard. Our work is not hard at all. It's the things that happen in this computer here that happen off screen and him building audio files and shit like that. That part sucks. I'm not even going to lie to you. That part sucks. Peters.
God, I'm just looking at the best available.
Oh, I got to get through the comments before I don't want to miss them because they're coming fast and curious enough that once I miss them. Spencer Jensen said, spreading the word in the UK, you're great together and the best show online by far. We appreciate you greatly.
Thank you.
Alex Majabi said 100% agreed, Jensen. So let's throw some points out there. Let's see. Holt said I noticed the colors later. Good point. Yeah. It is, I mean, it's the exact same logo. So. Holt said we need to come to a Charlotte FC match with him. He has 4 season tickets, and he'll turn us into fans. I'm all the way in.
I'll go.
Can I drink beer?
I've never been to a soccer match.
I will go to a fucking squirrel skiing event. I will go to, I have seen me pay money to enter a Madden tournament because I could drink beer and talk shit. So all the way in. Let's see.
Roy said the Seahawks take a quarterback here. Who knows? Who knows?
At this point,
we may just have you know what? Free agent quarterbacks.
I was about to say, at this point, you know what? The quarterbacks may have unionized, and this is the Biden America, so they may have just said, fuck this.
Oh.
No politics. Damn it. Frankie Cleary said, I'd love to see some soccer coverage on here. If we could physically do that, we would give it to you. However, when we come back, we have some new toys and some new friends, and we can probably find somebody to do some soccer. There will be people.
That's the thing. I get that you guys like things like soccer and hockey.
And we would totally
Trust me,
give it to you.
You don't want to hear me talk about that stuff because I have zero clue.
Me, on the other hand, I can tell you how to bet on it. Probably couldn't break down players, but I got a guy.
Because to me, it's, oh, look, they're sliding that little disky thing across the ice.
It's called a puck.
And, oh, they're kicking it. Look, that guy kicked it to him. And he kicked it to him.
Victor Shelton said Sportsocracy meet up at Highland Brewery. I can arrange that. I know the owners quite well.
Yes.
And have for about 20 years.
Love Leah Wong.
She's wonderful.
Yeah, she's a great person.
She's wonderful. Eric Miller asked, what can Seattle do here to get an A+ draft grade? I'm not going to lie to you. They're working on one anyway. I mean, I think you took Kenneth Walker too high. I didn't prioritize running back there. Mm-hmm. I'd like to see a corner. I mean, a corner would be nice here. But, I mean, you've hit two of your biggest needs with guys that I absolutely loved. Look at that. Chance quarterbacks available entering the third round. Oh, you know who had all those guys in the third round? No, numerically, except Howell and Malik Willis. Mm-hmm. This guy. Let's see. So Eric Miller, if I was picking for Seattle right here, and I swear to you, I'm trying to get through the comments. Where did my button go? Shit.
Oh, look, it's Shaquem Griffin.
Who would I take right here? There's a lot of quality linemen still on the board. I'm not sure that I wouldn't double up on the offensive line. I don't know who it would be. I mean, I'd probably Dylan Parham.
Okay. I
could get down with an interior lineman.
Nope. Abraham Lucas.
Or Abraham Lucas. You take one of the last of the tackles. I'm not gonna lie to you, that's a quality pick.
6'7",
a lot of people,
119 pounds.
Abraham Lucas and Rasheed Walker were two players that I talked about people shitting on, and I couldn't for the life of me understand why. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. Joshua Snyder said, "God, I see why the Bears suck. Go Packers." Yep, and it's about to get worse. Hell, I'm not sure Ryan Pace wasn't better than this. Alex Majabi said Travis Jones, Abe Lucas, Calvin Austin all might be available at 79. Well, Abe Lucas is not, but Calvin Austin is the one I would look for. I would look to be still on the board at 79.
Now the Indianapolis Colts come up here, and ever since you said Sam Howell to them, but they passed on him at 42.
Patrick Holt said he's not a writer, but he could do a blurb weekly. Give us 1 week, and you're going to see a change in this show that I think you will all like. And you're going to see some new faces and some new friends, and they do awesome shit, and you can be one of those people. Kelvin Joyner asked, why is my little boyfriend Wan'Dale Robinson still on the board? He's not. He went to the Giants at 46.
Who?
Wan'Dale.
Oh, yeah.
Was it like 46, something like that?
Something like that.
Bradley Presley asked, Colts at 73 take. I'm going to say I would take Rasheed Walker here if I were them. I mean, he's the last tackle that's worth it to me.
Okay.
Or I would go tight end.
Jelani Woods.
It pisses me off to be right so often.
Like, when you said, holy shit, it would be great to see Jelani Woods and Mo Alley Cox on the same fucking team, and here you go. With the 73rd.
Anybody see the irony that the further this draft has gone along, the more accurate I've gotten? Mm-hmm. Let's see. A many article said, good night, still digesting having 6 D linemen. Joshua Snyder asked, how is Travis Jones still here? I have no idea. Like, he could have shown his dick to a group full of boosters, and I would still go, he's worth a shot here. N'Kobe Dean has to have a medical problem. So Tyler Cunningham said earlier that apparently the medical showed he was pretty beat up. physically, and so that could be why he's falling. There was a lot of physical talk about him, that it was the height and things like that. I wouldn't hate him here for the Atlanta Falcons.
All right, here comes.
I mean, you get to a point where you just go, fuck it. Like, scheme fit, who cares?
Yeah, but at some point, a quarterback's got to go. Desmond Ridder. We have a quarterback.
We finally have a quarterback that you have zero investment in.
Which is
Books with Vontae said Travis Jones at 84 would make my night. Frankly, I'm curious to see if he falls to us at 100. Hell, I thought he was going to be the pick that we made at 38.
He looks good in black and red. I will say that about Desmond Ridder.
I'm your huckleberry.
Patrick Holt said, I will literally get you guys a hotel and get y'all to a match. I'll also provide a weekly blurb for the show all the way in. I'm in on all those things. We're off for the next week. I have no idea how their schedule works.
And is there a, is there a gig? Do you have like a gig and a match?
Oh, yeah, because we'll show up.
Fuck
I mean, nobody in Charlotte knows who the fuck. I mean, I might be known in Charlotte. Not because of the show.
No, I'm saying his DJing.
Yeah, I know. That's where he would do it, theoretically.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I might be known there from angry exes of mine because I have several of them in Charlotte. They wouldn't know me from this show, but they might go, hey, fuck that guy. You remember he dated Kelly? Mm-hmm. He has a mullet now. It's Logic said Nakobe has a shoulder, pec, and ankle injury and does not want to get surgery. This has to be medical. Like, all of these things with Nakobe Dean have to be medical. Mm-hmm. Raymond's still there. Yeah, he had a medical issue. Stephen Tao. All right, Flusherdamus, Ravens go receiver next. I would think so. And if I was picking one here, the Ravens are actually usually where my expansion pick has to happen. If I was picking one for Baltimore, I'd probably go David Bell. Mm-hmm. That would be the direction I would go. All right. I'm trying to go absolute rapid fire through the comments just to make sure I get them all. Bradley Presley said, I guess we're going to play jump ball, Hail Mary offense with that size of offense. The league's getting smaller and shiftier. Patrick Holt, good night. God bless, and we will see you tomorrow.
Good luck turkey hunting.
He's getting up early to go turkey hunting.
And you will pick.
DeLon said the Falcons wasted a third-round pick. I mean, here's the thing. All right, let's say they did. Let's say they go in a year from now and Desmond Ridder was a dumpster fire.
So what?
That's a third-round pick.
Yeah.
You probably get a third-round pick back out of him from a team that couldn't get up to a quarterback. Kelvin Joyner said Ridder in the third isn't bad, but aren't Sam and Malik still there? Yes, they are, which is insane.
75th overall pick belongs to the Houston Texans. The pick is in.
Adam Black said, do I stay up to see the Panthers move up? I would say yes, because it's getting to that point. And the first quarterback going probably triggers the other two.
I would agree with that.
I would say.
Yeah. I mean, the Indianapolis Colts are coming up again.
Do you remember that thing I said on the ESPN show earlier?
About?
I won't be shocked if Malik's the last of the quarterbacks.
Yes.
Majabi asked, Jeremy, is it too early for a running back to the Chargers? No, it's not. And I wouldn't hate it at all. Brad Armstrong, welcome in. That's the first time I've seen that name. We're like an AA meeting for sports. Thoughts on Sean Ryan? I absolutely love him. I think he's a guard in the NFL and has a real nice, nasty streak. Didn't really fit the scheme at UCLA as well as I would want him to. I think he will go to the league and get better. One of my theories, and I don't know if you've been around and I just haven't seen the name, that's entirely possible. If so, I apologize. One of my theories is there are certain schools that just don't coach guys up well. UCLA is one of those. USC is one. Tennessee was one. And I think he will go to the league and get much better. Roy said, I like me some David Bell. And then we have two of these.
I'm your huckleberry.
Saquon Sutton, who's, by the way, said his name is like Saquon and Saquon Barkley.
Yep.
Who do you see Carolina taking next, and should they trade up? It's getting harder and harder for me to think you shouldn't give up a pick next year, the hell with a third-round pick and one of your later picks to go get Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. Go get Sam Howell.
Yep.
Or hell, I mean, I would rather have Sam Howell than Malik Willis, but if that's the one you want, go get him.
Either one.
I mean, think about we are Panther affiliates, so think about the hype that would come if you wound up with a quarterback the level of a Malik Willis or a Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. Now, in a pick where you were supposed to be irrelevant in this draft. Mm-hmm. So you got Ike Mekwonu, everybody tapped out and went, the draft's going to suck, and we got a great player. We feel good about this, but it's going to be all projects, and then you go get a quarterback that you can get a little hype about. Mm-hmm. I'm not a sell tickets guy under any stretch. And then that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this could be some good faith. This could be a pat on the head to Tepper.
Federer is. Or not Federer, Tepper is. Remember
what, a sell tickets kind of guy?
Cam Newton. He brought Cam Newton back last year. That was not a Matt Rule thing.
And then we have...
I'm your huckleberry.
Eric Miller, this is for Armchair. He would have done it, but he's probably on vacation with his Walker money. Please support Armchair, too. He's an awesome addition. So Armchair is going to have a role moving forward as well. You'll see more of him. Does a great podcast, Armchair Commentary, one of our great Canadian friends. Brad Armstrong said, first time here, great stream. We appreciate you a lot. Played high school ball with Sean. Just wanted to see some predictions. I love Sean Ryan. If you go back through our draft content, I said Sean Ryan's name no less than 87 times. Patrick Holt also at some point said I was going to be the next ESPN draft guy and I would shellac Mel Kiper, which I greatly appreciate. I am certainly more of a character than Mel Kiper is. Can't tell you that I would be any better than him. But I would certainly be louder, and I would say fuck way more.
Yeah. I think you would be more accurate.
Day two's been much better than day one.
His information is great. Don't get me wrong. But when it comes to making picks and stuff, I don't know that I've seen somebody be so wrong about so many things.
Joshua Snyder asked question, guys, if you're Green Bay and have Clark, Wyatt, Lowry, Slayton, and Reed, do you still draft Travis Jones? Because I still would. Well, it's ironic that you asked that. Because we're at pick 76. Mm-hmm. How many picks were there leading up to that? I only got 2 more picks until my pick, I do believe. Oh, the number's on the left. You're on ESPN.
Yeah, but it's total.
Yeah, but...
Oh, there we go. It's on the left, as you said. So after the
Colts, I will be making my 3rd selection, and I'm going to be really sad if Nakobe Dean's still on the fucking board. But Nakobe Dean is who I would have taken there. If you're new to the stream, what we're talking about there is this is the West Virginia Ninjas. I obviously have an allegiance to West Virginia, and if you type in West Virginia Ninja in YouTube, you'll see what I'm talking about. That is my 33rd team. We are starting the team with my 7 picks in this draft. This is, if I was picking there, this is what I would have done with the information that I have gotten. The first round pick was Kyle Hamilton. Second round pick was Nakobe Dean, who's still on the board, which I'm not feeling great about. And my pick will be coming up after Indianapolis. So I will take the player that I would love on the board. And we're going to be saying offense be damned. We're going to play some good defense, I do believe. DeLon said, I'm pretty sure Kiper gives out misinformation for kickbacks. And Rob Johnson said, yeah, agents kick money to Kiper to prop up players. I would say that's more for clicks. A lot of people are all about clicks and fake shit. And, I'm not going to pat us on the back here, but we've never done that. We say something, we fucking mean it. There's no, hey, I was trying to get you to click on it. We've put a lot of work into things that got 87 views. So there is no clickbait. I just talked a lot in a short period of time.
I have always lived by one key rule. Never lie to your audience.
Ever.
Don't ever, because you never know when you're going to get caught in the lie. You tell one lie one week, and then you tell another lie conflicting with it the next week. People are going to remember.
Oh, we're doing some Blue Man Group stuff?
Why not?
I thought they all died in
That's cool.
2006.
No, they still have. I would imagine that's still one of the hottest selling shows on the Vegas Strip.
But why?
People dig it. I don't know. It's like Cirque du Soleil. I don't get that either.
So Rob Johnson asked, remember the old Colts GM back in the 90s that said, who the hell is Mel Kiper anyway?
Yeah.
He's the one that said my postman could do the same job.
Yep.
We were originally going to cut a clip for the beginning of this with that clip because I used to be a postman.
I just saw this pic. Of course it is.
Let me guess.
Of course it is.
It's a great player.
Uh-huh.
Let me guess it's a great player.
Yeah.
Why do I have a feeling it's Travis Jones?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Fuck!
God almighty. They snaked you, didn't they?
They did.
They
Again,
did.
That's what Baltimore does. Baltimore just does that. Wow. They go, hey, Jeremy really wants this guy, and so let's piddle in his punch bowl.
Travis Jones.
At 76. And they fucked me twice. They stole him from the Jets, and they stole him from the Ninjas. He was going to be my pick.
I mean, do you have their big board? I mean, because your board and their board must be terrifyingly similar.
How do I say this without sounding reasonably egotistical?
They've made 4 picks in this draft, and they have all fallen inside the top 30 on your board.
And you know what that tells me? I ain't bad at this.
No, you're not.
I mean, to be honest with you, if there's any team in the league that I want to look at and go, you know, my board and yours are laying right together, it'd be fucking Baltimore.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
That is an unbelievable draft haul. That's 4. I had 26 first-round grades, and that's first or 1-2s.
Mm-hmm.
They have 4 of them. There's 32 teams in this fucking league.
Bernard Raymond goes to the Indianapolis Colts.
It's a great pick for Indy. That's a great pick for Indy. Should be very, very happy about that. A little medical on him, very raw. He was a tight end. He's only played. He switched to tight end and switched to offensive tackle in 2020, so 2 years playing tackle. Very good feet. A little bit of a medical thing that bothered some teams. Some teams saw him as a guard. The comp is Joe Staley. Stop talking. Stop talking. Rob Johnson said the Ravens are crushing this draft and they still have 1 million picks. Yeah, they do, and they're going to be so multiple tomorrow.
They got
with
6 of them.
6 fourth-round picks. All right, Christopher Hubbard, that's a new name that I haven't seen. Welcome in. We're like an AA meeting for sports. Thoughts on the Bengals so far? To be honest with you, I love both picks. I love both picks. I don't necessarily understand them together, but if there's a plan, then I'm in.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things we get drunk on is, I don't see the plan. Well, you don't have to see the plan. You ain't the one implementing it.
Right.
So, I mean, if you see one of them as a safety and one of them as a corner, then I totally get it. Improve that secondary. What ate them alive at times last year? Well, I mean, the secondary was good.
Mm-hmm. Eli Apple.
Eli Apple's not great.
No.
Bradley Presley said, stoked. Chris Ballard has done a great job. I agree. Joshua Snyder asked your thoughts on the pretty boy UCLA tight end. That would be Greg Dulcich, so Indy picked.
Yeah.
So Indy picked, and that means it's time for my selection.
Your turn, yeah.
That means it's my turn.
This is for the 33rd team.
All right, that means I gotta look at the old board.
The West Virginia Ninjas. Oh, I feel like I know what this is.
And there's a lot of
What's
guys.
your scheme? You running a 3-4?
No, we ain't figured that out yet.
Okay.
We ain't figured that out yet.
All right. I figured you'd have a plan by now, Mr. Flostradamus Super GM.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I still got to hire a coach. I mean, shit. This is the first time I'm doing anything. Like, I can't pass up good players. Damn, they fucked me on Travis Jones.
Mm-hmm. All right, the 78th overall pick. The Cleveland Browns are picking now. Alex Wright.
Das Wunderkind.
Wunderkind.
Yeah, we've been doing this together too long.
Since every wrestler has to be up here, we got to have an Alex Wright mention. The edge rusher out of UAB. He was number 185 on the Flostradamus big board.
Yep, that's a little high for me. That's a little high for me.
Well,
all right, you said you think you know who I'm taking here.
Yes, I do. You were after Travis Jones.
I was.
So I believe that you would then take the opportunity to go after... No? You don't think so? You wouldn't do it? You wouldn't try to do a tackle here?
You're thinking I'm taking Perry and Winfrey.
Yep.
Perry and Winfrey does fit.
Mm-hmm.
He does fit.
I saw that name and I went, yeah, I think that's what Flostradamus would do.
He does fit. But that's not what I'm going to do.
It's not going to be Das Wunderkind.
No. I mean, although he would have gone after me theoretically. So I could take him. But that's not what I'm going to do. You know what? This position gets really thin. This position gets really thin. And I'm looking at the board. I'm looking at what's coming. I feel like, I considered DeMarvin Leal here. Mm-hmm. I considered Tariq Woolen highly here. So, you know what? With my third selection in the 2022 NFL fictitious 33rd team draft, the West Virginia Ninjas select Dylan Parham, guard center out of Memphis.
Okay. I love this pick for the West Virginia Ninjas.
I do feel good about what I've done so far. I look at, in spite of the fact one of my players is still on the board that I already took. I feel good about that.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I feel really good about that.
And I feel like Mel Kiper would like this pick as well.
Hey.
Dylan Parham, a guard out of Memphis, 6'3", 285 pounds, ran a 4.93 40, first team all ACC, all AAC.
Look at you going. Look at you trying to go Kiper.
I just love his cadence. His cadence is fun.
Speed and agility, greatest thing you ever see.
Right.
Long, great lean. Sometimes gets in over his feet.
Right.
Tremendous player at this time of the draft.
The world needs more Mel Kiper.
It does.
The fact that he's not at the draft doing it live is insane.
All right, so
to me, that's one thing that I wish would never change about the NFL draft.
Is that Mel does it forever?
Mel Kiper and Chris Berman. And I know Chris Berman's older and
rumbling.
He only needs to work for 17 weeks out of the season.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. All right, I need nicotine.
Again?
I smoke a lot.
You do smoke a lot. Alex Majabi said, Calvin Austin, please. Well, it wasn't Calvin Austin, although that is one that Jeremy had linked to the Cleveland Browns for quite a while. I still find it hard to believe that they're not going to bring back Jarvis Landry. I know he's not the greatest, my man Austin Eckler up at the podium to pick for the Los Angeles Chargers. JT Woods. All right, then. The safety out of Baylor. This is now officially, I believe, yes, he is the lowest pick so far on the Flostradamus big board. He was number 218 for Flostradamus. So now 2 picks into the draft for the Los Angeles Chargers, and they've taken Zion Johnson in the first round at 17. Was a great home run pick. That's another one of my A-plus picks in the first round. And JT Woods, I mean, he's got a lot of speed. I will give him that. But that Baylor defense was pretty damn swift. I still think that was, other than obviously the Georgia Bulldogs and the amazing defense that they put out. One of the best defensive performances of the entire season, college football season, was that game against Oklahoma State. Yes, Greg Dulcich comes off the board at 80 to the Denver Broncos. And that is, now they have 2 of my favorite tight ends from the last few drafts in Big Albert Okwuegbunam from Missouri. Noah Fant is now obviously in Seattle with the Russell Wilson trade. I love Greg Dulcich a lot, and he could be a target monster. And now to me, so what? Noah Fant's no longer in town. I don't care. I have Greg Dulcich and Albert O, and Russell Wilson is extremely happy. I just love the way Dulcich fights through contact. It doesn't really ever faze him. And I think this is a great pick. Oh, they're coming hot and heavy now. They're let's get the fuck out of here. New York Giants. Going to select Cordell Flott, who Jeremy loves to say needs to eat 12 cheeseburgers a day.
A day, every day, for the rest of his life. Cordell Flott is real thin, but he's got great technique. And if you can forgive Derek Stingley because of the things that happened at LSU, you should really like Cordell Flott. I mean, he's got some good tape. He is thin. And he's going to have to bulk up a little bit, but you play him in the slot to start with, and I think he can play immediately. He's sure as hell better than Darnay Holmes that, they've been playing in the slot. So, I mean, to me, that's a good pick for the Giants. Going backwards, JT Woods to the Go! Chargers, go! He is so athletic, but that's a reach to me. Okay. That's too high for JT Woods.
Yeah, I already mentioned he is now the lowest on your big board that has been taken in this draft.
I had him as a 5th, 6th-ish round guy because he's just hyper raw. But he's just like every other Baylor defensive player where he's so damn athletic that you can find a spot to play him. He's a special teams contributor immediately, depth piece, and you just use him as a weapon. 25, 30 snaps a game on defense. And then what was the other pick? Greg Dulcich?
Greg Dulcich to the Broncos.
That's 2 tight ends for Russell Wilson. You have 2, unfortunately, that can't really block at all, which is a little bizarre to me. But I love Greg Dulcich. I love the film on him. I think he's a great tight end. Will come in immediately and be a weapon for Russell Wilson. I mean, I'm looking at Denver going, that team's pretty damn good. Mm-hmm. That team's pretty damn good, and they've had a good first 2 days. Interested to see what they do tomorrow. And then, the Atlanta Falcons took one of my boyfriends,
D'Angelo
two-time
Malone.
Conference USA Defensive Player of the Year. Amazing edge player. And I'm looking at the Falcons here going, I haven't heard anybody talk about Atlanta just through the channels here. I haven't heard anybody talk about Atlanta having a great week, but they've had a pretty damn good week.
Mm-hmm.
That defense has gotten hyper athletic.
Mm-hmm.
With D'Angelo Malone here with the 18th pick of the third round, you took Troy Anderson, Arnold Ibakite, and you added Desmond Ridder and Drake London.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's a hell of a week. And hell, they still have 3 more picks.
Mm-hmm.
Really good draft here for Atlanta.
I would agree. And Philadelphia now comes up on the clock. The one thing that just caught my eye was Pittsburgh now comes up with the 20th pick in the third round. And you got all these quarterbacks still on the board, and they went and took Kenny Pickett in the first round.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
I just find it funny.
Going through the YouTube comments, Adam Black asked, Jeremy, would you rather have Baker or Willis Howell? Apparently the Baker stuff is heated up. The Baker stuff, that's been more of a talk. I'd rather have Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. Sam Howell is my 28th player in this draft.
Right.
So somebody's going to get a hell of a player in Sam Howell. And I fully believe that. So I would, if I'm Carolina, I would be making calls right now. I would be looking at, all right, and this is just me putting on, let me put on the GM hat. All right. I got to look at who could possibly do this. Philadelphia won't. The Steelers obviously won't. New England, the Raiders, the Cardinals, the Cowboys. The next team that would be a risk to me would be Tennessee. Buffalo picks at 89. If I'm Carolina, I have the last pick in the fourth round. If I'm the Carolina Panthers, I'm calling the Buffalo Bills right now and saying at 89, I think that's where that pick comes in overall. If my guy's still on the board, to get to 89, that's 145. I'd have to give up a third-round pick next year. I give up a 3 next year. I give up that pick in the fourth round. Are you in or are you out? And I would be all the way in. I'm calling Buffalo, and I'm going to go get I'm going to go get a guy that I think would give you some hype. Kelvin Joyner asked Max Mitchell or Kellen Dyche. I would go Max Mitchell. I prefer him. Kellen Dyche is just older. He's ready to play right now. If I needed him to play right now, I'd still have Max Mitchell ahead. I think Mitchell can play right tackle. DeLon said, I've heard on ESPN Radio that Flott eats all day long. He just has a really fast metabolism. And there are some guys that do. That's been one of the concerns with him, is that he will never be able to bulk up. And that is a little scary to me. But in worst case scenario, he plays in the slot. He's got the technique. All of those things are there. John the Grove, what happens with Debo now? Seems any desire to trade for him has now evaporated. It has. They're going to resolve things in San Francisco. It just makes too much sense. I think he wanted to he wanted to be in Miami originally. He's a massive Mike McDaniel guy. And now I think you just resolve it. Philadelphia Eagles here at 83. The magician himself wearing the white magician suit. Philadelphia Eagles just continue to crush this draft. Start with Jordan Davis. end here with Nakobe Dean at 83. You know, and people will talk about, the medical, and he's beat up, and he's too short. I don't care. I just don't care. I mean, at this point, this is a great pick. I am all about this for Philadelphia. And now I would say they're right there with the Jets on teams that have done the best in this weekend. That's a great selection. So you've gone Nakobe Dean, or you've gone Jordan Davis, Cameron Jurgens, Nakobe Dean. You're only going to end up, you got 5 picks as of right now. And you got 2 guys in my top 20. That's tremendous value. That there is really there's no miss here. I mean, all right, let's say it doesn't work out. You're out a 3rd round pick. Just to me, he's a day 1 starter. I looked at Nakobe Dean to them in the 1st round. I didn't do it. He fell further than that, but that's just a tremendous pick, and he's a great locker room presence, great kid. There's a tape of him coaching up Channing Tindall I think that was in the SEC title game, that I've always had that roped, just wrapped up in my head. Nakobe Dean, great pick there at 83. Pittsburgh Steelers on the clock at 84. Pick appears to be in. The Eagles fans seem to be rejoicing, as well you should be. John DeLon asked in the comments, would it be a bad move to take a quarterback now with the intention of taking next year for one of the quarterbacks, or is that too much cap tied up in quarterbacks? Seems like a decent move to me. I'll be honest with you, at this point, there's really no risk in the quarterbacks. I mean, 3rd round quarterbacks, it's not like it would preclude you from doing anything. So I would be looking at the Seattle's, Tennessee Titans, teams that don't have a long-term plan. This is something that I talked about for weeks of this quarterback class is the lowest rated that I have ever seen. And it's bearing itself out. You know, you got Malik Willis still on the board. That just shows me teams don't believe in the athleticism's there, but you just don't believe in the arm. You don't believe in the mind. And now the Pittsburgh Steelers come up at 84. I'll bet you this is going to be intelligent.
DeMarvin Leal.
DeMarvin Leal, when we first started talking about the draft, when we first started doing draft content in February, he was the 6th most likely player to go number 1 overall.
Yep.
And you get him here at 84.
The first 2 early mock draft I saw had DeMarvin Leal going number 1 overall.
And I'm not going to lie, I considered DeMarvin Leal with my West Virginia Ninja pick earlier in this round. He was the one that I had to resist the urge to take. Just inconsistent tape, inconsistent motor. But the good is very good. This is a stereotypical Pittsburgh Steeler pick, and I look at him as that's going to be a guy that plays in that front for a long time.
And he's just such a big physical monster.
He's the physical's great. You're going to have to round off the form But Pittsburgh this is another spot where I just look at Pittsburgh and go, that's the best place you could have gone.
Yeah, 6'4", 283 pounds.
Comes in and plays 3-4 end immediately.
12.5 tackles for a loss last year.
Very multiple, can play 3-4 defensive end for Pittsburgh immediately. In 4-man fronts would slide into the interior and be a nice piece. That's Pittsburgh Steeler drafting. That's
and now Donnie Osmond making the pick for the.
Are we going to have Wayne Newton make a pick before
I hope so, and I hope he comes out and sings Donka Shane. Marcus Jones, the cornerback out of Houston. That's the first good pick that they've made.
Yeah, Marcus Jones, a very quality player. If he's 2 inches taller, he would have gone way before this. Also, the best kick returner in this draft. I believe I've had him with New England at some point.
You probably did.
I buoyed him. It was him and Jack Jones, oddly enough, the two corners that I thought they would take a shot on at some point here late in day 2. Marcus Jones is a phenomenal player. Short, probably confined to the slot as a corner in the league. But I mean, that's a good pick, and that's a good pick going in to be coached by Bill. And Bill has done some good work with shorter corners.
Adam Black, New England will draft somebody from AB Tech Culinary School.
I'm not going to lie, I wanted to hate this pick because I wanted to just keep crushing New England because it's funny to me.
Yep.
I should have told you to grab me beers before you came back in here.
Okay. Tennessee Titans are now on the clock.
This is going to be an interesting damn pick. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, if Tennessee doesn't take a quarterback here, I'm getting to the point I don't know where they go. John DeLon in our comment said, if a team could trade for Baker and sign him to a 1-year deal with a team option for a second, draft a quarterback next year, Baker still sucks. Seems like a decent move to me. Here's the thing, I'm not touching Baker Mayfield. You could pick up every cent of his deal. I don't want him in the room. There are certain quarterbacks that the allegiance of fans and the fanboys just preclude me from ever wanting to touch him, and that's what I've been told. Teams around the league, I don't want him here. There are people that are going to think he is better than he is, and it's Cam Newton disorder all over again. I'm good on Baker Mayfield. Now, if I'm Carolina and you're poking around Baker, I would rather go Jimmy Garoppolo. You're coming to a crux with Garoppolo that you could probably get him quite cheaply. But I would rather, and for me, and now I'm to the point I'd rather take a risk on Malik Willis, or more likely I would rather chase Sam Howell. Sam Howell's the one that I've said the entire time the league is too low on, and I think they're going to live to regret it.
So I missed Nakobe Dean.
You did.
Damn. Steal. Absolute steal. The 20th overall player on the Flostradamus big board.
I'm your huckleberry.
Tyler Cunningham asked, how in the hell did we let the Jaguars get Muma and Lloyd? I'm all about it. I think Jacksonville's done a remarkably good job.
Mm-hmm. And does this tell you anything about the discussions that are being had in that room now? Because remember that they said that we were going to put a bigger structure, a bigger support structure around Trent Baalke with Doug Peterson and hiring, assistants and all of that.
It tells me he's not making every pick. He's still the loudest voice in the room, but he's not the only voice in the room.
Malik Willis goes to the Titans. Is that the quarterback that you would select if you were Tennessee?
It would be for me. It would be for me. And all right, all right. So I'm going to ask the question here. I feel like with my expansion team, I feel like I should be allowed to make trades.
Okay.
mean, are we in agreement on that?
I'm good with that.
Now that Malik Willis is gone, there's no buffer for me. All right, so you got Arizona on the clock here at 87. That pick's worth 155.
Okay.
In theory, my pick in the next round would be at 118.5, which is worth 57. So future picks are devalued by a round. Mm-hmm. So I feel like I should be able to give up my pick, which would be a 118.5, and my 3 next year to get up there with Arizona. That's,
okay.
Do you have any aversions to this?
I do not. Are you going to keep track of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Because I was going to say, by the time this rolls around next year, I'm not going to remember that you traded your 3rd round pick.
No, I'll do it. I'm going to put a poll.
John DeLong says that's a pretty steep fall for a guy that was supposed to go 20 to the Steelers.
Correct.
Yeah.
I have just put a poll question up, so we're putting a pin in this selection here at 87. Can I trade my 4th rounder up here to 87 with Arizona with my 3rd rounder next year for number 87?
Yep.
If the answer is yes, and this is all about value, do you think the value on that is correct? Should it be more? If you're Arizona, would you be asking me for more? Gotta understand, I don't have more because I don't have a team.
Right.
This is a. Stephen Town says trades are allowed. I think we have to allow trades.
Yes. That's how that works. What is this? NGFFL? That's what their T-shirts say.
I have no idea.
The National Girls Fantasy Football League?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Uh-huh. So that's a thing now.
What is it?
The Gay Flag Football League.
Is that what?
That's what it said on the screen.
Oh.
I
don't do politics.
All right, there's Cameron Thomas. Cameron Thomas goes to the Arizona Cardinals with the 87th overall pick here in the 4th round. Learn something new every day.
All right, so it appears very quickly here. Poll is 78-22 that trade would be amenable.
Okay.
So I think I'm going to call that and say that it appears that the House has spoken.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to trade up to 87 here. I'm going to trade up to 87. I gave up my 4th and my 23 3rd. I have seen enough. I know I'm not going to be bad enough next year. I probably would be bad enough, but that's not how this game works.
Mm-hmm.
87th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the West Virginia Ninjas select Sam Howell, quarterback of North Carolina.
There you go.
I can't watch him fall anymore.
Yep.
I mean, for me, this was my number 1 quarterback in the draft.
Emmett. Jalen Tolbert to the Dallas Cowboys at number 88.
That doesn't surprise me.
I like it.
I'll probably try to recover some draft capital tomorrow.
Yeah.
Try to get I mean, I'm obviously not going to get the third round back, but add some capital for
you. Get a field stretching weapon here for your Dallas Cowboys.
To me, there's nothing wrong with that pick. He ran a little slower than you expected him to, and that pushed him down. I think this is a tremendous value selection for them.
Mm-hmm.
Hosey asked in the comments, are there any guys that it surprises you they're available? There's a slew of them, actually. I'm shocked Perry and Winfrey hasn't gone off the board. Mm-hmm. Just because so many people mentioned him to me. I was told the scouts loved him. I won't be shocked if the Bills take him right here. I know I mocked him to them at one point early in the process.
Right.
Other than that, Leo Chenal surprises me a little bit. Tariq Woolen surprises me a lot. Dylan Parham surprises me. Other than that, it's about right. Yes, it's Kyle Brandt. I love this guy.
Wearing the Zubaz. I love it.
The Zubaz are pretty solid.
Yeah, they are.
Not going to lie. Christopher Hubbard asked, who should the Bengals look at with their next pick? Let's see here. Their next pick is at 95. Damn, we're almost done.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, it goes by so quick.
It does.
We will be live for every pick of tomorrow, too, by the way. Mm-hmm. It kicks off 12 o'clock. So with that next pick, if I'm Cincinnati, I'm not going to lie to you, Dylan Parham's not getting by me. If I'm Cincinnati, there's no way I'm not taking Dylan Parham.
He's calling it. The Super Bowl 57 champions.
I love Kyle Brandt.
Terrell Bernard, linebacker from Baylor.
That's a little high for me. I had him going in the 5th. But there are a lot of people that liked him better than me.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with the pick.
You had him at 194 on your big board.
Yeah.
7.5 sacks this last year.
Yeah. And he fits that Buffalo defense really nicely. I am dumbfounded that Matt Corral and Sam Howell may be on the board going into tomorrow.
Yeah. And if the Carolina Panthers don't pull the trigger on that, they're doing it wrong.
This is the pick I said I would be on the phone about. Buffalo was the one, and I'll be honest with you, now it would be Las Vegas. Mm-hmm. I'm on the phone with Vegas going, okay, what do you want from this year for me to get up there? I'm gonna go get a guy. At 90, we're not talking about the guy anymore.
But you don't have to.
Now we're talking about a guy.
I mean, really, you don't have to do it right now. You can wait around.
Yeah, but you're running the risk that somebody else does it.
But look at who's picking.
No, I got that. I already looked at that.
Oh, somebody
before
else
I made
trades up.
Yeah, I'm not running the risk that somebody else snipes me.
I got you.
I'm really not. Christopher Hubbard said, hold on. I'm on the wrong.
Because I'll be truly shocked if the Detroit Lions do not do it at 97.
Christopher Hubbard said, you guys are awesome. We appreciate you greatly.
Thank you, Chris.
We try to provide a little different experience here on draft night. It's making me feel okay that I'm not there. Marcus Allen. It's fucking Wayne Newton.
It's fucking Wayne Newton.
It's fucking Wayne Newton.
Let's go.
If you had a prop bet on will Wayne Newton make an appearance, you have paid off.
If that was a prop bet and you didn't put money on it, you're a moron because he is Mr. Vegas, even at 90 years old.
Here's the thing. Is there more plastic on this table or in Wayne Newton's face?
Wayne Newton's face.
I would agree.
And it's not even close.
Which is funny because many things on this table were made in China. He's the biggest teeth ever.
I mean, well,
God damn, I don't know whether to shake his hand or feed him a carrot. I mean, fuck. Mike Baker said he's still alive. I think we're actually as shocked by that as you are. Oh, we're tandeming this? Marcus Allen's like, we didn't talk about this before.
Like, I don't know how to say his name. Dylan Parham.
A+. A+.
Dylan Parham at
Honestly,
90th overall.
A+.
He was your 53rd best player on the board.
John DeLon said at the end of the round, give us your steals of the draft so far. This is going to be one of them. Mm-hmm. This is going to be one of them. I love this pick. This is probably my favorite value pick of this draft. Worst case scenario, he's an immediate day one starter at guard. I think he's your center of the future. And I value center way more than most people do. I think center is, and look, I'm an analytics guy, so I value center not every bit as much, but very closely to what I value the blind side protector on the left side. Mm-hmm. So, you know, one of my favorites. He has one of my favorite stats: 50 starts in 50 games. Never appeared in a game he didn't start.
Yep.
So, Adam Black said he got to meet Wayne Newton when he came on a USO tour to Italy. He's a super nice guy.
That's awesome.
I feel like he would be a super nice guy. Mm-hmm. I also feel like I want to feed him a carrot. I mean, his teeth. Am I the only person that thinks that shit? Like, you see people with really super white big teeth.
Like Eddie Fox.
You said that, not me. He can kick your ass. That's Morgan Wallen's brother, Caterwallen. Eddie is a close friend, and we love.
Oh,
Eddie.
he is salt of the earth. Great people, but his teeth have been, and I don't know what program he was on or whatever. Like, he went to some place and had his teeth whitened, and they are phenomenally white.
I want to have my teeth whitened with I want to have them done with like a. I'm not handy enough to know what this device is. Pressure washer, like just, and then all of a sudden, Wayne Newton.
Yeah. Buccaneers are on the clock here.
Kelvin Joyner asked, what does this say about Andre James? To be honest with you, nothing. It's just a great value pick. When you have diminished draft capital like this, that's what you should do. Mm-hmm. You should get a player like that. Somebody that has fallen. It is stupid. They should not be here. He was my pick in the third round with the West Virginia Ninjas. And now that I know he's a Raider, I feel even better about that.
Right.
I really do. I mean, just think about how interior linemen are used in that Josh McDaniels system. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel better about that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at my haul here going, I've done okay. I've had a day. There was another question. Corey Broda asked, I always wondered what happened. We were supposed to be there live in Vegas. The sponsor that was paying for that pulled out, and that's totally okay. We move on and do to the next one. Mm-hmm. So we just unfortunate, but this will 100% be the last draft I'm not president of the county for. I will be in Kansas City next year. The sinking feeling I got when my media packet showed up this year, and it pissed me off for 2 solid days. Yeah, I won't be doing that again. John DeLon asked, how much of a wild man is drunk Jeremy at a Vegas crap table? I actually couldn't tell you because I've never been to Vegas. I know that's shocking for many people. I've been to Atlantic City, and I can tell you, oh, shit.
Apparently, you got into a little bit of trouble when you went there.
Which time?
The time that you told me you were in an underground casino.
Oh, in the sports book?
What the fuck
with
is
the
that?
cowboy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cowboy with the duffel bag full of cash.
That's the closest I've ever come to being shot, I think.
Oh. What did you get?
That was the most likely I thought I was to be shot.
Yeah. My wife has been to Vegas. She went for some week-long seminar for her work, and I was super jealous.
John DeLon said, as George Costanza said, onward, upward. Exactly.
Tampa
it's
Bay
your
Buccaneers. Let's go. Let's go. Give me something.
God, I want this pick to suck so bad.
Please don't suck. Please don't suck. Rashad White, running back from Arizona State. I mean, I'm not wild about it.
You shouldn't be.
I definitely wouldn't have gone that way. I mean, feel like we kind of have that guy. Keyshawn Vaughn.
Keyshawn Vaughn's this big.
Rashad White's a little dude too, isn't he?
No, he's 6'1".
Is he?
He's a big running back.
Okay.
Good speed. I liked him better in the zone scheme.
Shit, he's 6'2".
Matt Garrison asks, Sportsocracy Cherokee Sportsbook meetup coming soon. 100%.
In.
I'm going to be honest with you, I'm off next week. So, I'm going to hit that sportsbook, and I'm going to hit it hard. Hold on. You know what? I'm double scoring this because of who said it.
Okay.
Adam Black said, I did ecstasy at a Cirque du Soleil show in Vegas. My only real drug experience, and it was insane. There is nothing about that I don't need explained.
That is awesome.
Frankly, it's my favorite thing that anybody said all night long.
Wow. See, like, that should have been the last pick. Green Bay Packers, Sean Ryan. Son of a bitch.
That's a good pick.
God,
that's a good pick.
It is a good pick. And
Rob Johnson asks, what happened to Isaiah Spiller? I'm going to be honest with you. He ran like dog poop at the combine, and everybody jumped off the ship. Isaiah Spiller is one of those players that I won't be shocked if he's still on the board when we're doing this like halfway through tomorrow. There were so many running backs that passed him on boards. He was like, what was he, 5 on my initial board?
Something like that.
Because I had Walker ahead of him, Cook, Brees. There was another one. I had another running back ahead of him. Was it Zeus?
Yes.
Zeus.
Zamir White.
And that was before anybody ever ran.
Mm-hmm.
Corey Broda said, I will literally do anything to make the dreams come true. We appreciate you, brother, more than we could ever say. I'm about as emotional as a serial killer, so if you ever message me and I say nice things, you should know how much I really appreciate you.
Right.
And he is one of those that does message me, and I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
There have been more days that Corey Broda has kept me from getting drunk than I can count. It's like a sixth sense of sending me a message on just a shit day.
Dr.
And I appreciate that. Fuck yeah. I want to create my own character.
You have, and he's going to make an appearance tomorrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Tyrion Davis-Price, running back at LSU, goes to the San Francisco 49ers. And the Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
As well they should be.
With the 94th pick.
And this should be for Sam Howell. And this should be for Sam Howell.
Please, please, please.
And this should be for Sam Howell.
Wow. I did not see that happening.
And this should be for Sam Howell.
Mm-hmm. This is the first pick of the NFL draft that is not in the top 300 for Flostradamus Jeremy Greene.
Yeah, I didn't have him up there.
Tyrion Davis-Price.
Now, you also got to remember, I do not value running backs greatly. So, Like the Jets, I'm fine with that. It'll get a B-ish for me. Solely because Zach Wilson. Hosey asked, do you see what's on TikTok, Jeremy? They need you. You'll have to elaborate on that. TikTok, here's my TikTok experience. We have a TikTok, and I put shit on it for about a week, and it was getting like 9 views, and I don't know what to do with that. So I stopped. Now I still use the TikTok because there are attractive people that do things on there. So I don't know what to do with TikTok. TikTok makes my head hurt. But elaborate on that, and I will happily respond in kind. If this is not Sam Howell, I'm gonna say
Rob
fuck.
Johnson says, "Watch him take Corral."
I wouldn't be mad if you took Corral.
I would.
I mean, to me, it's Sam Howell. He's the better of the two quarterbacks, and he should not be here.
God, please don't fuck this up.
I would really like to see. I would like to be able to talk kindly about the Panthers.
You took Iquanu in the first round, as you should have. Now is the time where you need to take the quarterback.
John DeLon said, I'm an LSU fan, and that's a reach for Davis Price. He got about 30% of his rushing yards this year against a really bad Todd Grantham-led defense. So it's funny you said that. I'm going to tell you a little secret about how Jeremy scouts players. I live by the rule of thirds. I take your 2 best tapes, and I have somebody that does this for me. They send me a list of these were the 2 best tapes this player had, and these were the 2 worst. And I watch them one time, and then I never look at them again.
Okay.
I cut off the outliers.
Okay.
Show me the middle.
Okay.
And seriously, that's exactly how I do this.
Okay.
I want to see what you look like on a regular basis. The best game you ever had is how Matt Flynn wound up making $50 million in the NFL.
God, I laughed so hard when that deal got signed. When the Seattle Seahawks gave him $1 billion, I went, that is the worst thing I've ever seen. And then the next year, I think it was the next year, they took Russell Wilson, and it was, that's your dude. I knew immediately when they took him in the 3rd round, that guy was. And I'm
going to be honest with you. This is not me trying to make my thing true. I look at Sam Howell right now the same way I looked at Russell Wilson. There are a lot of teams that are going to regret they didn't do this. And I hope, and please, Carolina, for the love of all, I'm not even looking at my screen, just to make sure.
Matt Corral. It's Matt Corral.
Wow.
And you're going to regret that.
You're going to regret that. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, you're going to regret that. You got the quarterback, so that's good. I'm happy for you. That's
I never understood it with Matt Corral.
If you want to change your entire offense to this limited quarterback, more power to you.
Yep.
You know, I'm going to be honest. And maybe this makes me sound like an egotistical douche.
Like the throw that they just showed was a fucking duck. How does that make the highlight reel?
Because that's what most of them look like. Look, he can run. He also runs about a 4.7. So he's going to go in the NFL and try to do that shit and die.
You know who else can run?
Sam Darnold.
Exactly.
Yeah, Sam Darnold. Look, I'm going to be really honest. There are just certain times that NFL teams do things, and I go, you just blow my mind. You blow my mind. Matt Corral is a short version of Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. That is exactly what he is. I'm dumbfounded.
I'm gonna do the same. I am doing.
I'm gonna make the sweeping declaration, and straight up, I'm not gonna tell you I'm smarter than anybody. Here's what I'm gonna say: there are 10 picks left today. Mm-hmm. I have a funny feeling a smart team with an old quarterback is going to move up to get Sam Howell before this all said and done. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to sit back and I'm going to laugh my ass off. Could be the Indianapolis Colts. Could be the Green Bay Packers. Mm-hmm. Could be your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There will be a smart team that moves up to get Sam Howell, and I'm going to laugh until I piss in my pants.
Yep.
We're a Panthers affiliate, so I'm reserved to say only not real mean things.
I signed no such deal. I made no such agreement, and this is fucking stupid. Sorry.
This is the same team that was beholden to Cam Newton for 10 fucking years.
Mm-hmm. And good fucking luck. I'm going to go ahead and say you're going to fucking regret that.
100%. 100%.
I hope
you mark my words. The Indianapolis Colts are picking at 96, and I don't think they were there a minute ago.
I don't believe they were.
I don't think they were there a minute ago. As a matter of fact, I can tell you they weren't. It was the fucking Detroit. Yeah, that was the Denver Broncos pick. I'll bet you that Sam Howell. I just fucking said it. Said it.
That was the Broncos pick.
96 was the Broncos pick.
Was the Broncos.
And Indy traded up with Denver, and I guarantee you that's who they went to get. Mm-hmm. I just said it. A smart team is going to go up there and get their guy.
Zachary Carter, the defensive tackle from Florida, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals.
And that's a good pick. That's a real raw defensive tackle. I mean, you got to understand, Cincinnati's got a couple defensive tackles now that they really like. And Carter, you can bring him along slow. Mm-hmm. The chunk plays were certainly there. You also saw some of the inconsistent technique. Mm-hmm. They also played him on the outside, which I don't think he's that multiple. But Tyler Cunningham said, now I have to do a report for Carolina on Matt Corral. We're in the last days, Jeremy. Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to call this pick before they make it. The Indianapolis Colts, a good team. Do you remember the team that I said Sam Howell was going to end up with?
Yep. The Indianapolis Colts. You had him trading up into the first round to get him. No, Nick Cross.
Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to backtrack that and go, well.
Still a good pick.
That is a good pick, yeah. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
You don't like the pick?
Not in a trade up. Nope. You trade up right there for Sam Howell. That's who you should have. That's who your guy should have been right there.
Yep.
And I like the raw Nick Cross. Kind of reminds me of Darnell Savage that plays for. And I know that's a lazy comparison because he played at Maryland. Mm-hmm. Certainly some merit to the pick. I get it. I don't like it. Adam Black said, "I'll be honest, I was never surprised or never impressed with Howell, and some people weren't. Some people weren't. I feel like
I don't see why.
I feel like the industry has missed this.
I mean, I really don't. You're gonna have to explain to me why. The kid's got
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. It's a Baker Mayfield comparison.
Okay.
He is a short white kid that people think is not as athletic because he runs and he's not as fast. And the stink of Baker Mayfield and the the Baker Mayfield gravy has spilled over on his taters. I'm going to tell you this right now. I've been doing this for a minute. This ain't my first rodeo. I had Sam Howell as the number one quarterback in this class. Nothing that has happened has changed my mind. And I'm sticking by, I promise you, there will be a smart team that ends up with Sam Howell. If I was the Detroit Lions, there's no way I wouldn't do it. Right here at 97, no shot I wouldn't do it.
Yep.
No way.
I just don't understand it. The kid has a fucking cannon. He is accurate down the field.
Watch the sophomore tape. Watch the sophomore tape. That's all I can tell you. He had 2 receivers that got drafted in the last draft, along with 2 running backs that got drafted in the last draft. He was behind an offensive line that was pitiful. And the scheme was like a drunk toddler was putting it together. And now it seems like everybody is holding that against him, and it blows my mind. Blows my mind.
Yep. I mean, the kid came in and
Spencer Jansen said that Baker Mayfield gravy. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of.
He broke every fucking record in the ACC.
Oh, let me play a fun game. I said this about Russell Wilson, and I'm gonna say it now. This will be one of those times that, and usually quarterbacks, you don't look at one that goes in the middle rounds and go, "Oh, that's going to be a great value." There will come a time that we look back on this and go, "Hey, you remember that big fucking mulleted ginger that said all these teams that took these half-ass sub-rate fucking quarterbacks ahead of Sam Howell? Man, do they look stupid." Matt Corral has no future in this league. None. None, no future whatsoever. He played in a system. He runs. So this is the thing I don't get. You're going to tell me that, oh, Sam runs too much. Matt Corral runs just as much, and he's no more athletic. Arm, it's not even close. It's not even fucking close. So if you fell in love with Malik Willis, okay, you think you can develop him? I'll give you that one. I don't agree with you, but I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Matt Corral, I don't get in the least. I'm dumbfounded. I'm dumbfounded, and I hope Detroit, a smart franchise that I've been talking up all day, goes in here and takes Sam out. Bradley Presley said, "Sell me on Nick Cross, safety or corner. He is totally a safety. Kind of reminds me of Darnell Savage. He's hyper athletic. He's very fast. A lot of raw to like there. Will be a good blitzer initially. Will contribute on special teams. Probably a year away from being a year away. I said through the process he's super raw, but it seemed like every smart team that came in contact with him liked him more and more and more. Pittsburgh was really hot on him. San Francisco was really hot on him. Indianapolis should be happy with that pick. I'm just not happy that you moved up there and didn't get, the quarterback that makes immaculate sense to me."
Yep. Well, here comes the Detroit Lions. The different shade of blue. Sam would look good in it. Nope. Kirby Joseph, safety out of Illinois.
I had a weird feeling that wasn't going to be same.
Well, here comes the Washington football team. They could use a quarterback.
Commanders.
Oh, yeah. I'm shocked.
Me too. I mean, I'll use your line. I am gobsmacked.
There you go.
Wow. Carolina trades up to get Matt Corral.
And I love, and these friggin' Panthers fans, they're ecstatic right now. At least the ones that I have seen so far on Twitter. They're just, oh, this is our new starter. He's going to take over and start day one over Sam Darnold.
Start him. Watch what happens.
Do it.
Watch what happens.
There's Chase Young.
I'm just telling you, start him. Please trot Matt Corral out there. Watch what happens. You'll regret it.
Brian Robinson Jr., running back.
Well, we said they were going to take a running back in the first 2 days. That's a good pick to me. That's a nice compliment to Antonio Gibson. Mm-hmm. Another person that has really white teeth. Brian Robinson has super white teeth. A lot of tread on the tires, big, thick running back. I had Robinson at, I think he was my 6th highest rated running back. I like this kid a lot. Just very consistent. Very consistent, good vision, good leg churn, which is something I watch in bulkier running backs.
Mm-hmm. Bouncy. He's very bouncy.
At bouncy?
Contact.
Bouncy?
Yeah.
Say bouncy one more time.
Bouncy.
Bouncy. Had two former Florida offensive linemen whose last name was
Pouncy.
Pouncy.
like Tigger.
Oh, Kelvin Joyner. God, Kelvin, you know what, Kelvin? You're a brilliant man, Kelvin. Kelvin been with us for quite a long time. Mm-hmm. And he said, Sam getting picked by the Rams sounds like something that could keep the dynasty going after Stafford. As somebody that has started my franchise with Sam Howell, I agree with you.
The Cleveland Browns pick is in. Calvin Austin the third is still on the board.
100%. Ugh. That's the first yawn of the night.
David Bell. Now that is a good
quality.
Pick. Yeah,
that's quality. That's a great pick.
It's a great pick. David Bell was a star even when Rashad Bateman was there.
Oh.
My apologies.
I remember my first beer.
My foot got hung on my microphone cord there.
So we're down to the last handful of picks here. I like that pick for Cleveland a lot. I really do. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to be happy with that. That, to me, takes the Jarvis Landry thing out. I said that about Calvin Austin, but David Bell very much fits it as well.
Yeah. So he's the slot receiver.
Yeah. Pair him with DJP on the outside, Amari Cooper, David Njoku.
Mm-hmm. Arizona coming up with the 100th overall pick.
And then my JTS Jets.
This is the pick that they got in the Baltimore trade.
Hosey said, yay, Browns pick another slow receiver.
Myjai Sanders.
That's a great pick.
From Cincinnati.
Oddly enough, a team that I had taking Myjai Sanders.
Earlier than this.
Yeah, it was earlier than this. Oh, now it's my team's turn, and who do I want? You know, there's a player. There's a player on the board, and it's a player that I know the Jets talk to.
Okay.
and his name is Perry and Winfrey. And,
I tried to get you to take him.
I wouldn't be mad about it in the least.
For your Kentucky waterfalls or whatever they are. That was my vote, by the way. When we were naming the extra team, the 33rd team, the Kentucky waterfalls was...
Yeah, but that beholdens me to having the mullet forever. And, frankly, my wife is not a big fan of this hair choice.
The Jets are like, you know what? We've been sitting here waiting for this, and we are ready to pull the trigger. Because the pick is in. Leo Chenal. Did y'all have any talks with Leo Chenal?
I think he's a 3-4 interior linebacker. We play 4-3. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be mad about it. Hell, at this point,
I
mean, shit, you could take a kicker and I'd go, you know what, Joe D.
Punt God.
That'd be the first time I ever had an ejaculation over a punter.
Matt Ariza. Let's see it happen. I think you said that you thought there was a chance he'd go in the 3rd round.
Rams. Yeah, the Rams were the team that I was looking at with him.
The Rams have yet to make a pick.
The Rams have just been out there, shining their Super Bowl rings and shit.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's the only spot I could see a quarterback coming off the board. Unless the Miami Dolphins don't really believe in Tua Tagovailoa.
Tua Tagovailoa. I'm shocked.
No, they just signed a backup, didn't they?
Miami?
Mm-hmm. Who signed Jacoby?
He went somewhere.
He did go somewhere. I'm going to have to look that up
Cleveland.
real quick.
They traded for him.
Didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or maybe they signed him. Fucking, I don't remember.
Fuck, I don't remember.
My team's on the clock. I'm trying to figure out how they're...
Cleveland Browns.
I'm trying to figure out how they're going to somehow piss me off after 4 quality selections.
Right.
How are you going to piss me off with a late 3rd rounder?
Can they piss you off, though?
Oh, you'd be shocked. I mean, there's a depth of draft history here that, yeah. And then we picked 2 times to start tomorrow. Because we need a linebacker bad. I mean, bad. And oh, fuck.
What?
Channing Tindall. I totally forgot about Channing
6 to
Tindall.
midnight?
I'll just go home.
Yeah.
I mean, I won't go home.
Right.
I'll go smoke.
Right.
And then I'll yell outside because there's nobody anywhere near
Oh, you
us.
don't want Channing Tindall?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh,
hell
okay.
yeah, I do.
Okay, all right.
Oh, fuck. We draft Channing Tindall. I don't care if we take me and Jamarcus Russell tomorrow. I'm fine.
Okay, I wanted to make sure we were on the same page there. Because I obviously would like that pick a lot.
Oh, God, that is so pretty. Ahmad Gardner, Garrett Wilson, Jermaine Johnson, Breece Hall. I mean,
you guys have knocked this fucking draft out.
I mean, that's
park.
almost perfect.
Yeah.
That's almost perfect.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how they can piss me off with an end of the second day 3rd round pick.
This will be the first pick of the draft for the Miami Dolphins as well.
Oh, God. You know what I really want to see him do? Take Zach Tom. Right in front of Miami, like, eat a dick. Shane Holloway.
Nice. The Seton Hall head coach.
Who?
Jeremy Ruckert. Tight end, Ohio State.
You know, how many tight ends we named?
Did you not have him mocked to them at one point?
I did.
believe
That was
you did.
before we signed 2 in free agency. Like, he's going to be the 3rd tight end. and you do that over Channing Tindall, you need a damn linebacker. Like, you get that, right? I mean, I don't hate it.
I was gonna say you knew it had to come at some point.
I don't hate it. I'm just not like stoked about it. He's a better blocker than either of the two that we have.
Is he a willing blocker?
He is a willing blocker. He is a willing blocker.
2-time all-academic or academic all Big Ten.
So watch the
Good for
Miami
him.
Dolphins take Sam Howell and just be like, eat a dick.
I mean, I don't think they're going to. I mean, this is your first pick of the draft. I mean, would that not say something?
Hosey said, not sure how to feel about the Zachary Carter pick. You should be happy about it. I like it. He's a guy that I've talked about a lot. I like the raw of him.
Yep.
I saw him as a 3-4 defensive end, but
Frankie Cleary says, Tank Spencer, how do you feel about the Eagles getting Nakobe Dean? Full disclosure, I have a half chub. I have a Nick Chubb, so...
Kelvin Joyner said, Jeremy, your team hit 4 home runs and you're dissatisfied that they just hit a double.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yep, pretty much.
That's
Pretty much.
That's probably the best way you could have said that.
It is.
And I'm going to level with you. Tomorrow.
That's it. That's a 3-point.
Yep. He doesn't score them much, but Sloan Jordan, fellow Jets fan, said not to shame Jeremy, but is he doxing me? Am I using that term right? But a developmental tight end to Bill Zach was an underrated need. They signed starting caliber guys for now because the offense needs production and the room was so bad. I agree with that.
There's a Larry Zonka.
I'm just looking at Channing Tindall going, we need a linebacker real fucking bad. Yeah. And I know he's raw, but damn.
Larry Zonka with the first pick of the draft for the Miami Dolphins, member of the 1972 undefeated team.
Also a member of the what was that shitty football league he signed up with in the 70s? Was it the American Football League?
He's the one suing the USFL, isn't he? Yeah, he's the head of the old USFL. Channing Tindall. Oh, that's. I'm sorry.
Kelvin.
I'm really sorry.
You see, Kelvin, this is why. This is why I was pissed about hitting the double.
I'm so sorry.
Channing Tindall is so good.
He is indeed. Transfer from Tennessee.
Yep.
Went to Georgia, and then just turned into, honestly, one of my favorite players on that Georgia football team.
Now, I will say, Sloan Jordan just did give me a bit of hope.
Okay.
If the Jets take Brandon Smith at 111, suddenly this feels a lot better, and I'm here for it. I'm right there with you. And then I'm okay with it.
Who is it?
Brandon Smith.
Oh.
Linebacker out of Penn State that I'm just fucking hard-dicked on.
Yep. I'm with you.
Watch the Rams take Sam Howell.
Channing Tindall.
Somebody just said that in the Majabi just said that, and so did Crazy Blade. Imagine if the Rams go Sam Howell, and they just sit him behind Matt Stafford.
Absolutely. Because I mean, he would be a hell of a guy to learn from for the next couple of years. Leo Chenal,
Of course
linebacker.
They did. Of course they did.
Wow.
Of course they did.
The Kansas City Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs. The fun thing is that anybody that says they have any intel on the Rams, they're fucking lying. They did almost all of their pre-draft work virtually, so nobody has any idea who they're targeting, other than Matt Araiza. That was the one in-person workout they did. I wouldn't be shocked.
First pick.
I wouldn't be shocked.
First pick of the draft, you just lost your all-pro punter, Johnny Hecker, to the Carolina Panthers. So why not take the punt god with your first pick?
Punt god.
And the post-Deshaun Watson mock draft that we did, I believe that's who you had them taken with their first pick.
I did. Leo Chenal is a very quality pick for Kansas City. I'll be interested to see how he fits in a 4-3. Doesn't really have a position in a 4-3.
Okay.
That's a quality draft.
I mean, I'd like to see another wide receiver in there somewhere, but
Absolutely.
I don't know who that would be.
Developmental guy tomorrow. I will go out on a limb and say I'll bet you the Jets 2 picks, because we have, 2 in the top 12 tomorrow, and then we're done.
Yep.
I'll bet our 2 picks. It's Brandon Smith. I don't know who the next one will be. Rob Johnson said, "Do the Rams take Woolen here?" I would love it if they did.
Who is that?
I have no idea. Somebody with a ring, or somebody with a. Oh, that's that comedian guy.
I thought that was Nick Swardson for a second.
No.
Steven Jackson, God, do you remember him? I mean, how much of a beast that motherfucker was in St. Louis. Logan Bruss from Wisconsin. You needed a guard.
Yeah, that's
after
high.
you lost Corbett.
That's high. High. I hear Bucks pick first tomorrow, too.
Yep. That's right.
One pick left.
And you know what? Fucking take Sam Howell. God damn. I mean, let's have a competition. Kyle Trask, Sam Howell. Let's see who takes over.
Well, I had Sam Howell graded higher than Kyle Trask.
As you should have. I didn't like the Kyle Trask pick when we made it.
Yeah, he was the 6th quarterback in a good draft of quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm shocked Tariq Woolen is going to be on, although he, I guess, could go to San Francisco.
He could be the...
The makeup for
brain farted, so sorry.
the makeup for Davis Price, the running back out of LSU.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was gonna say he could be the replacement for what was it, Jaquan Williams? Was that his name?
Kawan Williams.
Kawan Williams. Danny Gray, wide receiver.
I had him with San Francisco.
Out of SMU.
Times. That's a good pick, real fast. 17 receivers drafted, tied most through 3 rounds in the common draft era. We got to ask this question several times in the lead up to here, the end of day 2. Who were your favorite value picks of the draft so far? I mean, we talked about the first round ad nauseum, so I'll say second and third round guys. I mean, obviously, Nakobe Dean comes to mind.
Nakobe Dean is a home run for me. Philadelphia Eagles just got themselves what I think is going to be a steady, great starter in the NFL. I don't know if he's got all, not all pro potential, but Pro Bowl potential. Definitely.
For me, it's David Njabo. David Ajabo at 45 is great value. I really like the James Cook pick for Buffalo at 63. Drake Jackson at 61 for San Francisco.
Travis Jones in the 3rd round for the Baltimore Ravens.
That was good in there.
Yeah.
Travis Jones is certainly one. Christian Harris to the Houston Texans at 75. That's a hell of a pick to me.
Greg Dulcich to the Denver Broncos.
Nick Petit-Frere to the Tennessee Titans at 69.
Yep.
DeMarvin Leal to the Pittsburgh Steelers at 84.
Channing Tindall to the Miami Dolphins. I'm so sorry that's how that worked out. Not only did the Snake, did they get him after your Jets pick, Jeremy Ruckert, but he stays in the division. He is going to terrorize Zach Wilson for a couple of years to come.
Other than that, David Bell, Leo Chenal to Kansas City, Tyndall, like you said. I like Myjai Sanders. I like Nick Cross. I like Zachary Carter. Sean Ryan to the UCLA or to the Green Bay Packers out of UCLA. My ultimate answer would be Dylan Parham to the Las Vegas Raiders. At 90, you're one pick in the first 2 days, and to me, you just absolutely crushed it.
I will give an honorable mention to Sam Williams to the Dallas Cowboys.
That's a good pick.
Because if he didn't have the character red flags, as Jeremy said many times, he would have been a first-round draft pick.
Corey Broda said, we have a tea time at 2 p.m. Springdale on Sunday, all you can eat and drink. I don't know if you were talking to me. I'm the only one on the set that plays golf.
Yeah, I'll drive the golf cart, 100%.
All you can eat and drink for me is aggressive. Max Cole asks, what are your thoughts on the Browns picks? Sorry, I got to go back to make sure I don't want to speak out of turn. I actually really like what Cleveland's done. Martin Emerson, I think, was a great value pick.
Agreed.
I mean, you had three third-rounders. You got 2 guys that I had in the 2nd round, in Emerson and Bell. You went a little high on Alex Wright to me, but I can tell you that he was really popular through the process, and I don't know that he would have still been around. I was really high on Dominique Robinson and D'Angelo Malone. Malone, who's already gone. D'Angelo Robinson, that will go tomorrow.
Yep. Jeremy, John DeLong says Pete Prisco gave Corral a B.
He's drunk. Pete Prisco's a fucking idiot. I mean,
he is.
We all know that. Pete Prisco's a fucking idiot.
He is.
Like, we all know that. He was hit in the head as a child, and now he actually has a Forrest Gump level IQ.
Yep. Real quick look at the big board here before we sign off.
Oh, hold on. You answer the questions. I'll do a big board.
Okay, you'll
graphic.
do a graphic.
I'll do a graphic. Just you're gonna have to give me a minute.
All right. Let me see here. Okay, so after this, I no longer feel good about the Bolts' chances to win the AFC West, says Alex Majabi. Why? I mean, there's nothing that the Chiefs and the Broncos did in this draft, in my opinion, that hurt the chances of the Los Angeles Chargers. The Chargers are fucking loaded. That offense is almost perfect, in my opinion. Justin Herbert is an incredible quarterback. I think you guys, if you've watched this show for any length of time, you know how much I love Austin Eckler, and that's not just because I'm a fantasy football fan and have a lot of shares in Austin Eckler. I love him as a player. And, yeah, he is part of the Smurf Club.
Yeah, you're also
along with me. I've defended Mike Williams up and down. I get that he's hurt he is dinged up a lot. He doesn't miss games, but he is dinged up a lot. Keenan Allen is a steady monster. That offensive line is incredible, in my opinion. And the defense has star after star after star, especially after the Khalil Mack deal. Who's the other one that just went? J.C. Jackson is now there. Derwin James is a fucking beast. I don't understand. I don't feel like you should be thinking that the Chargers' chances have taken a hit, because I don't believe that they have. I still believe that you are a better team than the Denver Broncos, and the Kansas City Chiefs is at in what seems like an insurmountable hill to climb. Not after the Tyreek Hill deal. Tyreek Hill is gone, and I think that's going to hurt. That will hurt Patrick Mahomes. Is he still the magician? Yes, he is. Can he be great with practically anybody on his team? Absolutely he can. But I believe in the Chargers. And I believe everything that Brandon Staley says about, I learned some good lessons last year about taking too many chances maybe. I don't think you should be mad about that. Christopher Hubbard says, so the Bengals are taking young building blocks for the defense because the deal's coming up for Burrow, Chase, and Higgins. Not mad about it, and you shouldn't be.
Nope.
Their offseason has been incredible. Rebuilding the offensive line the way they have done, La'el Collins, chief among the pickups, I don't see any way that, they're not a deep run in the playoffs. I just saw Armando Baycott on Twitter. Wow, the disrespect. And he's talking about his quarterback, Sam Howell. Mm-hmm. I just cannot fathom it. I thought everybody would see what I have seen in him since he was a freshman at North Carolina. The first 5 games into his career at Carolina, I went, that kid's going to be fucking special, and he's going to win a Heisman Trophy. He's going to win the national, not the national championship, but he's going to be the number 1 overall pick in this here draft by the Detroit Lions. And obviously that hasn't happened. He is still on the board for my Tampa Bay Buccaneers to take in the 4th round, and I wouldn't be mad if they did it, because Tom Brady's got 1 more year, and we don't have a quarterback of the future. It's not Kyle Trask. I can tell you that. Promise you. Chris Sims on Twitter said Matt Corral is my number 1 quarterback in this draft. And you're an idiot.
Of course he did.
Although we have talked about in the past how good his track record is with quarterbacks. So maybe he does know something. But I wish he'd have been a better player. There was a time. Before the spleen injury happened, I believed Chris Sims was going to be pretty good in the NFL. Corey Broda says, Jeremy, I can put you on my tea time at Springdale on Sunday.
Message me. I might be able to make that happen.
There you go.
Depends on how many beers I drink tomorrow.
There you go. I will be enjoying my Sunday out at Merlefest.
Merlefest.
In Wilkesboro, North Carolina.
Merlefest.
I can't wait because the penultimate act, that'll be the second time I've used that word tonight, in Merlefest on Sunday is the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. And they are one of my
Lazy yellow moon coming
favorites.
up tonight, shining through the trees.
Yep.
Crickets are singing and the lightning bugs are floating on the breeze.
Maybe get ready. You do it way better than I do.
All right, so somebody asked for my final... sorry, I got to hit another button before I can hit the board again.
There we go.
Boop. Final board going in tomorrow. Sam Howell, Perry and Winfrey, Zion McCollum, Tariq Woolen, Brandon Smith, Charlie Kohler, Justin Ross, Amari Barno, Alec Lindstrom, Darian Kendrick, Christopher Allen, Calvin Austin III, and Jamari Sawyer. That is my big board going into tomorrow. a lot of really good players.
Yep.
A lot of really good players. We're not done. That's my top 13 going in tomorrow.
Yep.
We're not done. Other guys that I look at, just looking at my board for tomorrow, Daniel Faalele, Zach Tom, Kinsley Enigbare. It's going to be a great day.
Yes. It is.
Going to be a great day. We'll be live for every pick.
It is always a great day here in the Sportsocracy. We want to thank each and every one of you that has stuck out with us here over the last
Unbelievable turnout. Just very, very happy.
5 hours. We are hitting 11:42
here on the East Coast.
On the East Coast. And it's going to be fun tomorrow. We will hit the air right here at right at noon.
Yep.
As we will get ready for the final rounds of the 2022 NFL Draft. Again, share it out with your friends. Tell them how much fun we have here over the course of the 3 days of the NFL Draft. This is the dog days.
Tomorrow's the day where I talk really fast.
Yep.
And you'll go, you need a life. You need to a hobby.
Yep.
Christopher Hubbard said, thank you all for putting on one hell of a show. We appreciate you.
Yes.
And we'll be back tomorrow. We're going to go catch a few hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Good thing is we get to leave everything set up, which we didn't.
Right, we had to break it down after we left last night.
Yeah. So good to get the hell out of here and get back in the morning. And
indeed, we are the Sportsocracy. Tank Spencer and at ESPN Draft Nerd Jeremy Greene, always coming to you live from the Ingles Studio. Ingles Supermarkets, low prices, love the savings. Rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow, starting at noon. We will see you then.
Thank you.